In a large-scale fitness center in Gangnam, Seoul, there was a small office space for employees. There, Choi Kang-hyuk is live on his channel. He reveals how he plans to create a mukbang featuring honey chicken and beer, a trend that has been gaining popularity recently. He eats it then and tells his followers how delicious it is. I am sure you can tell from his muscles, but Choi Kang-hyuk was obsessed with working out. He was not a gym rat from birth, of course. There is a reason why he became like this. It was because he had once been so injured that it would have been hard for him to walk if his muscles did not work. He was severely injured while on a special forces mission. He began taking physical therapy and going to a chiropractor to recover. After that, he began taking on more forms of exercise, such as yoga, Pilates, and anything that he heard was good for you. He even studies nutrition to improve his diet. One day, he had become the nation's best gym rat, the nation's best fitness trainer. You might wonder why he might stream a mukbang while worrying about losing his muscles in the corner of this fitness center. He tearfully thanks COVID for this blessing, as it is because of the pandemic disaster that had hit the entire world. In order to keep up with the maintenance of the gyms, Choi Kang-hyuk had no choice but to become a streamer. However, the profits were nowhere near enough to upkeep 5 gym locations. As he ends the stream, he wonders how things got like this. He decides to rest now like the doctor said. The doctor had told him he was losing hair due to stress. That hit Kang-hyuk deeply. The doctor said he must not have noticed it as he is so healthy, but his body is already on the brink of breakdown because of all the stress. He suggested Kang-hyuk cut down on his work or he would become bald. Kang-hyuk truly did not want that to happen. He could imagine what would happen if he became bald. He would forever be alone. The doctor prescribed medicine to him, but suggested he decrease his stress and rest. But Kang-hyuk was having trouble knowing how to do that. He has always worked and exercised. He then suddenly realizes something and picks up his phone. He had forgotten all about it because of his busy lifestyle, but he used to love reading Murim novels when he was a child. For Choi Kang-hyuk, who had grown up poor, his grandparents borrowing Murim novels from the corner bookstore was a fond memory for him. He remembers how his grandpa used to lecture him about going there so often. He finally found a familiar author named Gaeyong on an online site. Seeing familiar names like Absolute Demon's Return and Unorthodox Faction's Tyranny, Kang-hyuk recalls how he used to love these as a kid. He finds the author's new series he had not read or heard of before. It was called Shaolin Monk Chronicles. In the novel, the protagonist, Mu Jin, who just entered the Shaolin Temple, will pave a new path as a martial artist. He decides to check it out. His interest is piqued instantly, and he finds the novel really good. As he enjoys the novel, he feels relaxed and wonders when the last time he felt like this. It feels like he is back in his childhood days. After binge reading the novel the whole night, Kang-hyuk started feeling sleepy and eventually dozed off. Unknown to him, the phone screen starts glowing brightly. When Kang-hyuk wakes up the next morning, he hears a voice waking him up. The voice suggests that they are getting late for their morning workout, instantly energizing Kang-hyuk. But he gets confused as he sees it was a kid who was pleading with Kang-hyuk to hurry up as everyone else had already left. Kang-hyuk was beyond confused. He asks the bald kid how he got into his house. The kid was confused and asked who he was calling kid. He says he is bigger and older than him. Kang-hyuk stands up. Of course, he did not believe the kid and asked if his eyes hurt. Plus, he could not get how he even entered his house. He looks around and realizes this clearly is not his house. He then places his hand on his head, feeling no hair. He yells in fright and asks where he is. He then remembers how the kid called him Mu Jin. The name sounds quite familiar to Kang-hyuk. It is the name of the main character from the novel he was just reading. Things made no sense to Kang-hyuk. He wonders why Mu Jin is and where he is. He panics further as he sees his body and muscles are no more. He sighs in relief, reminding himself this is all just a dream. He remembers having many dreams like this back when he read a lot of novels. As the kid suggests they will be late, Kang-hyuk plays along and agrees. After calming down, Kang-hyuk thinks of the kid as adorable. He thinks that since this is just a dream, he will enjoy the situation. But he soon regrets his decision as they make their way to the training session. They were scolded for coming late to the first schedule of that day. The dream felt too real for Kang Hyuk. The instructor announces that they are going to start with a horse stance first. Kang Hyuk wonders what this horse's stance is, whether he is talking about squatting. He watched the others get into position and was shocked at the absurdity of their training. He knew they were all going to wreck their knees if they did it like that. As Kang Hyuk went through rehabilitation training, he started to do proper exercises. He knew just how important lower body and core exercises were more than anyone else's. There were times when he saw trainers who taught the wrong exercises and focused solely on upper body exercises. They are missing out on the core of exercise, that is what he thought. And now here is this ridiculous exercise unfolding before him. The problem was that their legs were too far apart. They need to straighten their backs and naturally lean forward. It is a situation that a true gym goer like Kang Hyuk cannot tolerate. He hears the instructor tell them all how the lower body is the foundation of martial arts. But he could not understand why he would ask them to do this for someone who knows that very well. The instructor keeps going on, saying if they are not able to use their lower body to maintain their balance, they will not be able to exert their strength properly in any punching or staff techniques. Kang Hyuk is beyond bewildered. He wonders what the instructor is even trying to say to these kids who do not have the right posture. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Kang Hyuk is not the kind of man to just allow others to exercise with the wrong posture, even if that means it is only happening within a dream. And so, in a fit of rage, Kang Hyuk calls them out for being ignorant rascals who do not know a single thing about exercising. All eyes turned towards Kang Hyuk, some shocked by his rebellion while others were enraged. The instructor angrily approaches Kang Hyuk and asks how dare he shout nonsense in the middle of a training session. Others call him out for making up excuses just because the training is tough. They ordered him to get into position right now. Kang Hyuk was a bit taken aback. He wonders if it is because this is a martial arts novel that he can sense energy from their shouts. Even so, he knows he needs to say what needs to be said. Not backing down, Kang Hyuk says he simply pointed out that something was wrong. He is determined not to back down from mere intimidation like this. It was way easier for him as compared to dealing with a horrible gym member. The instructor reminds him that he is a Shaolin disciple and asks if he is asserting the training of Shaolin is wrong. His words make Kang Hyuk excited, as the dream seems too realistic now. He decides to play along and speak like a martial artist would. Kang Hyuk replies in affirmation. He suggests that if they keep training with this current method, they will injure their knees and suffer greatly in their later years. The instructor furiously says that it is just an excuse made by those who are weak. Kang Hyuk points out that martial arts are for the weak to train their bodies and minds. But the instructor is saying this is not something that we can learn, calling it a contradictory statement. Before the instructor can come up with a suitable reply, another one approaches them. He states that the way Shaolin trains is different from what Kang Hyuk has mentioned. They train in martial arts so that they can improve themselves and achieve enlightenment. Kang Hyuk scoffs amusingly. He asks if the instructor is saying that Shaolin is a place where the weak cannot achieve enlightenment. The instructor clarifies that it is not what he means. He explains that they train their bodies in a harsh manner so that they can train their minds. He elaborates that the mind of a human is weak, they seek comfort in times of difficulty, and evil thoughts invade their minds easily. Hence, they train their minds in advance so that they can endure and make it through such times. Kang Hyuk mutters how training their mind is only needed when they are young. The instructor asks what nonsense he is suddenly spouting. Kang Hyuk points out how the instructor said that to train their minds, it is okay to damage their knees when they are young. After they grow old with a damaged body, they will not need to go through tough times like that. He asks if it means they will achieve enlightenment if they suffer a little while they are young. Whispers filled the air while the instructor grew more tense. Kang Hyuk points to a monk and wonders aloud how much he has gone through for him to still be unable to achieve enlightenment at such an old age. Everyone turns speechless at his bold words. The instructor couldn't believe a young brat dared to say that to the first-class disciple Hai Jung. As expected, Hai Jung was furious. Kang Hyuk turns nervous. The first-class disciple approaches Kang Hyuk, saying he has heard everything. Ha-young says that he agrees with the second-class disciples and that the martial arts of a Buddhist group are usually used to train oneself. That means it is just a tool to reach enlightenment. However, he points out that their martial arts are different. Upon asking what is different, Ha-young replies that their martial arts are used to rescue the masses. They use it to protect them from evil and demons that harass them. Kang Hyuk scoffs and asks if he is saying they are doing training that will damage their knees so that they can protect the masses. Ha-young stares at the kid hard. Hae-jun knew if they left him be, there was a chance he would bring about a bad influence on those around him. But he is also aware that the grown-ups of a Buddhist group cannot punish a new and young monk personally. In that case, he decides to use another method. He tells Kang Hyuk to prove if he truly thinks the training methods of Shaolin are wrong. He asks the first-class disciple how he would like him to prove it. Hae-jun guesses that since their training is wrong, that means he knows the correct way to train. He asks Kang Hyuk to try to win against those who have learned by the Shaolin training method if he is right. Kang Hyuk turns nervous and asks who he will be up against. Hae-jun says it will only be fair if he fights against someone who joined them at the same time as him. He then asks Mu-gung to step forth. Hae-jun says he will give him 7 days starting today. After Kang Hyuk trains himself in the methods he considers to be correct, he will spar with Mu-gung. Kang Hyuk here could tell Mu-gung was obviously of a different weight class from him. Hae-jun was clearly not focusing on fair terms. The first-class disciple just wants to keep him pinned down while leaving him no room to complain or talk back by using someone who joined at the same time. What a horrible senior he was. Hae-jun was pleased with the situation he had manipulated, certain that the kid would not be able to say anything more. To his surprise, the kid agreed to the deal. Kang Hyuk was confident in winning against the other kids. Hae-jun then leaves, telling others to continue with their training. Mu-yul suggests Kang Hyuk go and apologize to the monk, but he soon gets back into training when told to. Kang Hyuk, or rather Mu-jin, starts training in his own preferred way, as he does squats. He remembers being scolded by the instructor for doing different exercises. Mu-jin told him he got permission from monk Hae-jun. As he does squats, he tells the others how their knees will be goners if they keep doing that. He continues making criticizing remarks while the others try hard to ignore him. Mu-jin, who had trained for about 2 hours since early morning, was ready to get the nutrition he needed. Little did he know about the huge impending problem he would soon face. He stares at the meal of Buddhists before him, consisting of only vegetables. He realizes they are vegetarians. While being a vegetarian is natural in a temple, Mu-jin was taken aback because he had not thought of it. All he wanted was his usual protein. He furrows his brows as a sudden realization clicks through his brain. Why on earth can he smell the food when he is dreaming? Plus, it smelled pretty good even though there was nothing but vegetables on the plate. Unable to control his emotions, he yells about how this is child abuse. He complains that they spent all morning training yet are only being given vegetables. The instructors become angry and tell him to stop being disrespectful. One of them decides to teach Mu-jin a lesson. Mu-jin wonders why he is the one getting angry after giving them such a bad meal. He knew he could not let go of this matter that easily. It is valid to need protein if they exercise that much. He surely cannot let his morning exercise go to waste. Just then, Mu-jin hears someone laughing behind him. The instructors were also surprised to see the man, referring to him as hall leader Hyun-mun. Hyun-mun is the food hall leader who takes care of meals in Shaolin. He points out that Mu-jin seems very hungry. He asks Mu-jin to just get more if the food is not enough for him. Mu-jin denies it, saying there is enough food. Hyun-mun asks if he wants more of the side dish. He comprehended Mu-jin's compulsion as the grumbling of a hungry child. He decides to be generous and overlook his grumbling, but his eyes widen in shock as Mu-jin demands chicken breasts as a protein supplement. Even the other monks' mouths open in astonishment. They wondered what kind of crazy nonsense Mu-jin was talking about. Mu-jin's fellow asks if something is wrong with his head as he has been acting strangely since earlier. Mu-jin asserts that they need to eat protein, but he hesitates to speak up, knowing something is strange. When he exercised, he got tired. On top of that, he can even smell the food in this dream. If this were a dream, he would have woken up by now. He wonders if this is real. He figures he is now a young monk in the Shaolin temple who goes by the name Mu Jin. He is no longer Choi Kang Hyuk. He instantly apologizes for acting weird about food. Hyun Mun smiles, thinking the kid is only tired. Mu Jin requests some beans and mushrooms, shocking Hyun Mun. He thinks the kid is definitely crazy. But whether this was a dream or reality, Mu Jin knew he needed protein. The scene shifts to Mu Jin getting bored in class. He cannot believe they are studying Buddhist scriptures right after breakfast and early morning training. He thinks even Buddha would be scared of this harsh schedule. For now, he wonders how to get home. A sudden thought clicks in his brain. He wonders if he can get out when the story is completed fully since he is in the novel. Looking at it from that perspective, the situation did not seem all bad to him. Since Mu Jin is the protagonist in the novel, he possesses exceptional talent. The place is Shaolin, the North Star of Mount Tai. If there is a problem, it is that he has been marked by others. The deed has already been done. He thinks that since things have come down to this, he will win in the spar and get them to acknowledge his training methods. On the other hand, Hyun Mun and Hai Jun talk about Mu Jin. Hyun Mun agrees with Hai Jun's idea of punishing the disciple. He smirks, saying he heard Mu Gung, whom Mu Jin will spar against, is the most competent disciple this year. In the Shaolin temple, they recruit hundreds of new disciples every year. Among them, some would drop out because they cannot withstand the harsh training of Shaolin. Some would only learn basic martial arts and go to an outer sect. In the end, only 10% of those who joined would remain in the main temple. That is why, in this period, the first-class disciples, or the elders, would usually not know the names of the new monks. Mu Gung was one of the rare few cases. And so, Hai Jun and Hyun Mun are certain Mu Gong would teach a good lesson to Mu Jin. The promised 7 days soon passed by. The day of the fight approached. Hai Jun tells Mu Jin and Mu Gong to get ready to spar. Earlier, Mu Yul watched Mu Jin stretch and asked what he was doing. Seeing Mu Yul's confused expression, Mu Jin explained it was a tendon extension technique. Stretching is done before the actual exercise, which prepares your muscles and tendons so your body is not shocked. Various postures and stretching methods exist to increase the flexibility of muscles and the movement of joints. Mu Jin suggests Mu Yul give it a try. As Mu Jin teaches him, he observes how quick Mu Yul is at picking things up. They soon hear commotion from the other side. Apparently, people were in awe of Mu Gong's punches. Unlike the others, Mu Jin was scared. He knew he would be in deep trouble if he got hit by that. He couldn't believe he was supposed to defeat that guy within 1 week of training. He wondered how to beat him when suddenly an idea struck his mind. Back in the present, Hai Jun observes Mu Jin. Unlike what he expected, Mu Jin was not making an excuse to escape training. Although he did not listen to their instructors, he seems to have trained in his own way. He had heard Mu Jin say he was practicing a method to subdue Mu Gung in an instant. Mu Yul had asked why he kept rubbing against the tree. Hai Jun was certain Mu Gung would be able to easily teach the boy a good lesson. Meanwhile, Mu Gung was ecstatic that monk Hai Yung was looking at him. But when he looks back at Mu Jin, he is taken aback. Mu Jun was doing some unusual stretches, infuriating Mu Gung. He was determined to show Mu Jin the results of his consecutive punches, which he had trained for 3 months. As soon as Hai Yung gave the signal to begin, Mu Jin launched forward with startling speed. Without hesitation, he surged toward Mu Gung, closing the distance between them in the blink of an eye. The sudden burst of motion caught Mu Gung off guard. He had not anticipated such an immediate and aggressive approach. Reacting instinctively, Mu Gung aimed a punch, hoping to catch Mu Jin mid-charge, but to his astonishment, Mu Jin evaded it. In a swift, controlled maneuver, Mu Jin then seized Mu Gung's leg. Despite the temptation to rely on the advanced martial techniques ingrained in him through years of training, Mu Jin understood the stakes. He knew the risks. His modern martial arts were not designed for children. A single misstep could result in acute injury or worse. He needed to restrain himself. Drawing from the most basic and harmless of his arsenal, Mu Jin chose a technique that required finesse over force, one that could safely be used even on a child without lasting harm. With careful control, he executed a low tackle, bringing Mu Gung to the ground before the latter could fully react. The sparring match had barely begun, yet in the span of a single second, it was effectively over. With ease, Mu Jin transitioned into an armbar, locking Mu Gung into submission with a technique that left no room for resistance. The instructors watching from the sidelines exchanged looks of disbelief. For all their years of overseeing Shaolin disciples, they had never imagined witnessing one fall so quickly or so completely. The expression on his face was one they had never seen before. He was utterly and unquestionably defeated. For Mu Gung, the shock was personal. He lay on the ground, grappling not only with physical restraint but with the disbelief that this could happen to him. After the second-class disciples regained their composure, they gave all sorts of ridiculous advice to Mu Gung. But even though they did not know what an armbar was, they had trained for at least 10 years in martial arts. They know just how painful that position would be to his arm. Mu Gung was groaning in pain. Mu Jin coldly tells him to surrender, or his resistance will lead to a broken arm. Mu Gung was reduced to tears, making Mu Jin concerned, and he instantly let go. He begins to help Mu Gung up while Hai Jun stares at the two. He could not believe the victor was Mu Jin. Chain Punch is one of the 8 extremist fists. It utilizes the fist, the elbow, and the shoulder as the main weapons. This allows one to quickly defeat their opponent at a short range. It is known for being immensely powerful. Mu Gung has mastered the Chain Punch the most out of all the young monks. Even the second-class disciples were impressed by his Chain Punch. But this morning, his brilliant Chain Punch was pathetically lost without even proper resistance to some strange young monk who uses weird techniques. He cried, saying that this is unfair. Upon asking, he says that Mu Jin charged at him as soon as the spar began. Plus, he attacked him with some strange technique that was not Chain Punch. He yells that he can win against anyone if it is a fair fight. A bit taken aback, Mu Jin agrees with him and hypes him up. The angry instructors approached the two. They coldly say that Mu Gung is right. It is a given that one would use Shaolin's martial arts when sparring in Shaolin, but Mu Jin has broken that rule. Mu Jin stares at them in shock, wondering what kind of ridiculous ideology they have brought up. Upon asking why he did not use the Chain Punch, Mu Jin explains the fight would have dragged on forever. If that had happened, they would have both gotten severely injured. Therefore, he prioritized the essence of a duel, which is to take down the opponent. He points out that he made Mu Gung cry, but he was able to take him down without a single physical injury. The instructors could not believe that Shaolin's Chain Punch technique was so easily defeated by some new, untrained kid, and his strange technique at that. They knew Mu Gung lost, but were refusing to acknowledge that. At this rate, they knew people might start doubting Shaolin's martial arts. Or, in the worst-case scenario, all the new disciples might leave Shaolin. They all turn to Hai Jun, wondering what they are supposed to do. To the astonishment of everyone present, Hai Jun's expression was not one of anger or disappointment. Instead, he was smiling. With calm composure, Hai Jun approached Mu Jin. He inquired into the nature of the technique used, whether it had inflicted any actual harm. Mu Jin was slightly unsure of what to expect but responded in affirmation. Without hesitation, Hai Jun says Mu Jin had remained faithful to the very spirit of Shaolin, discipline, restraint, and control. Victory, therefore, belonged to him. The declaration shocks the other monks. The instructors were visibly stunned. Even Mu Jin found himself momentarily lost in disbelief. For a figure like Hai Jun, to acknowledge his victory was beyond what he had expected. Yet, Hai Jun did not stop there. He points out that Mu Jin's technique had succeeded not merely due to its execution, but because his opponent's level had been that of a loser. Mu Gung, already bruised, visibly recoiled at the stinging word. Hai Jun further elaborates that the ultimate reason they learn martial arts is to take down evil demonic heads. He then decides to personally show the true essence of Shaolin's martial arts, which can take down the evil demonic heads. He ordered instructors to retrieve a large boulder. The boulder was soon brought to the courtyard. Some dared to wonder, could he be planning to break the boulder using only his bare fist? Even Mu Jin found himself unsettled by the scene unfolding before him. Hai Jun tells them to look carefully, as this is the true power of the Chain Punch that they are all learning right now. Hai Jun stood still, inhaled slowly, and centered his energy. He then launched a single, focused punch into the surface of the stone. The impact was immediate. The boulder shattered into fragments. The disciples were left spellbound, their eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape. None had expected this kind of strength, this kind of mastery, to reside in a technique they had only just begun to learn. Mu Jin, too, was left momentarily surprised. He turns excited, knowing that this is real martial arts. Images formed in his mind. Just one impact is enough to break open a mountain, one swing of the sword can bring down hundreds of enemies, and one punch is enough to explode the enemy. Yet as his admiration surged, so too did confusion. Mu Jin turned back to Hai Jun. He reminded Hai Jun how he said the point is to overpower the enemy without harming them. Confused, Hai Jun affirms. Mu Jin then points out that he broke the boulder to pieces. Mu Jin seemed to have raised the unspoken question as heavy silence settled over the training hall. Hai Jun later meets with Hyun Sung, one of the hall leaders. After hearing about Mu Jin's victory, Hyun Sung said the kid was not ordinary. Hai Jun agrees, saying that the kid is rather arrogant, but he trains the chain punch the hardest out of all the young monks. Hyun Sung points out that Hai Jun is worried that the kid is training the chain punch to try and figure out its fatal weak points. Hai Jun hesitatingly agrees. Hai Jun worries that the kid might be a spy for the unorthodox alliance or perhaps the demonic cult. His eyes widen at the possibility. Meanwhile, Mu Jin is deeply irritated as he listens to the instructor's lecture. He trembles in frustration, doing his best to control his temper. Hyun Sung says there is no need for Mu Jin to do something eye-catching if he is a spy. Hai Jun suggests it might be reverse psychology. Hyun Sung points out that Mu Jin is still a new disciple and there is nothing to worry about. He suggests observing Mu Jin over time and finding out if he is just unique or if he really is a spy. A sudden realization clicks in him, and he suggests the possibility of Mu Jin being from a martial arts family. Hai Jun knew that made sense. He doubts Mu Jin could have come up with those strange training exercises by himself. He says those training methods could be what he learned from his family. Hyun Sung sighs. He argued that the greatest figure in a child's life is their father. He says Mu Jin might just want to prove that his father's teachings are better than Shaolin's, which has been around for more than a millennium. Mu Jin would have passed out if he heard about how ridiculous their conversation was. Hyun Sung adds on, saying that since Mu Jin defeated Mu Gung, he will become more arrogant. He wonders aloud what they should do about him. Pondering for a while, he suggests they leave him to the Bayob gang. Hyun Sung was surprised and asked if he meant the one who was in the disciple court. Hyun Sung tells him not to worry, as Bayob gang has volunteered to join the Arhat Hall instead. On the other hand, the instructors were making their way back to their bedchambers after a good workday. But as they witnessed Bayob gang exercising, they decided to skip their usual path and take another one. They referred to Bayob gang as Mad Dog and wondered what he was doing here. One of the instructors revealed that he usually trains late at the training ground. So, what is he really doing here? Another instructor points out that he is practicing horse stance. They begin to chuckle and say that they all know why he is called the Mad Dog. But their laughs will not come to a halt as one of them reveals that the Mad Dog is going to be in the Arhat Hall starting tomorrow. There are apparently even rumors that Bayob gang will not become the next master of the disciplined court. This is why they were not able to understand why he was going to Arhat Hall. They did not want to live life with the Mad Dog again. Among the second-class disciples, Bayob gang, who was pretty influential, has always grilled his juniors ever since they were third-class disciples and maintained their discipline of Shaolin. One of the men reveals that Bayob gang said he was going to join all the halls and courts to learn about the rules of Shaolin before going back to the disciplined court. The others say that this is expected of the rules fanatic. He lives and swears by rules, after all. That is why, despite being scary, he is worthy of respect. The rules fanatic Bayob gang has worked hard to be a role model for the rest. It is because he does not think it would be correct to ask others to follow the rules if he is not able to follow them himself. Obviously, he also spent way more time in basic training than the others. After training without much rest, his knees underwent brutal training. If he does not use internal energy, he will experience so much pain that even walking would be tough. That is how damaged his knees are right now. However, Bayob gang did not care. He believed that basic training is both physical and mental training. He had considered the pain that came with the training to be a part of training his mind. And he just finished practicing horse stance for more than 30 minutes. He reflects on the new kid, Mu-jin, who has been labeled as the problem child, but is also recognized as a promising disciple of the Arhat Hall. He is determined to teach the young monk the proper mindset that a Shaolin disciple should possess. The next morning, all the monks were shocked to see Baeob Gang and asked what he was doing there. It appears that he will be joining our Arhat Hall instead, so he will be working with them from now on. Mu-jin looks at him and is impressed by the guy's body. To him, the Baeob Gang looked like a soldier, but he notices the weird and tense expressions of the other instructors. As for the young disciples, they had no idea who he was, while others were fearing him. Mu-jin saw what was happening and figured out their situation quickly. Baeob Gang must be the disciplinary second-class disciple, but he does not care about that. The morning training commences, and every disciple begins to practice the horse stance. Baeob Gang believed that in order to guide someone, one must find out the exact problem. If you know the enemy and yourself, you will win every single battle. Because he knows he needs to know the problem's root to treat it accurately. And so he began to observe Mu-jin closely. He watches Mu-jin practice in his own way. His legs were spread wider than his shoulders, his back was straight while he was keeping his rear outwards, and his toes were facing forward. He tries to reenact his posture. He also copies Mu-jin's way of breathing after each movement and breathing out when he gets up. After a while, Baeob Gang realizes that it is not any different. He still feels the same pain as when he does the horse stance. He guesses this is all a trick to escape training. Before he can begin to teach Mu-jin a lesson, his thoughts are disrupted by the boy himself. Mu-jin points out that is not how you do it. Baeob Gang turns confused. Mu-jin says that his posture is wrong. Mu-jin internally groans when Baeob Gang asks what is wrong. He now must teach the man from A to Z. He does not know why Baeob Gang is trying to copy what he is doing, but every time he bends his knees, he can hear his knees popping. His body is basically screaming that his knees are damaged. Therefore, as a trainer, Mu-jin cannot ignore this. He is reminded how the man is supposed to be the disciplinary master. He guesses it would be really good if he had him by his side. It will make his life easier in this place by winning him over since he has authority here. Mu-jin explains that if he does what he did with a bad knee, then he will do himself more harm than good. He asks the man if he can trust him and move according to how he tells him to. Baeob Gang was a little shocked. After a while of teaching Baeob Gang appropriate postures, things began to work. Baeob Gang learned stretching lunges. Mu-jin explains that this is the tendon extension technique, and this posture will loosen the muscles in his knees. Mu-jin adds that if he does this warm-up before the actual exercise, he will be able to even do the movements in a softer manner and reduce the pressure placed on his knees. Baeob Gang says he can feel the difference. Mu-jin tells him to do this movement with a 30-second interval, and that makes a set. In other words, he just needs to do this 3 times. Baeob Gang grows confused and asks, "What is a set?" Mu-jin says he just misspoke. After the set was completed, Mu-jin checked on Baeob Gang's knees as he was groaning in pain. As he lightly massages his knee, Mu-jin notices how much pain the man is in. The training he has done has put so much pressure on his knees, and it is no wonder they are so damaged. Baeob Gang was absolutely stunned. At first, it was so painful, as if someone had just hit his knee, but now he is feeling more relieved and strangely refreshed. Mu-jin tells Baeob Gang to start again, as they were in the second round but stopped. He tells him to get up, as training waits for no man. Baeob Gang wonders what kind of child Mu-jin is. The other monks began to watch the duo in disdain. They wondered what Baeob Gang was doing with Mu-jin. Mu-jin explains to the man, but he needs to do this kind of exercise if his knee does not feel good. Baeob Gang is known as someone who is fanatical over rules. This is why he was nicknamed Mad Dog. Baeob Gang had been haunting the second-class disciples without rest ever since he joined Shaolin Temple. Everyone knows just how crazy and obsessive he can be. That very Baeob Gang is now acting friendly and training with a strange new monk. Mu-jin tells Baeob Gang that they will rest for a while and repeat this 15 times. Mu-jin asked if the posture he was doing earlier was as if he were sitting on a chair. Baeob Gang agrees and mentions how Mu-jin said he should not do that just now. Mu-jin says that is because his knees are currently in a bad condition. He needs to bend his knees slightly to reduce the pressure put on his knees. Mu-jin says he will summarize it and tell him the sequence of the exercises, to which Baeub-gang agreed. Mu-jin says he should first bend his knees slightly and slowly sit down. Then, as he sits down, he must avoid exerting strength from his knees. He should exert strength only from his thighs and rear. Then, just like step 2, you would only exert strength from his thighs and rear when standing up. Baeub-gang follows the steps and says he feels fine. Baeub-gang was beyond surprised as he definitely felt less pain. Mu-jin suggests moving on to his calves now that 3 rounds of exercise have been done. Mu-jin was an experienced personal trainer in real life. He knew that members that looked like soldiers, unlike their fierce appearance, were weak to friendly people. Mu-jin employs the same tactic as Baeub-gang, praising him for successfully correcting his posture and noting that it is to be expected from someone who exercises regularly. Baeub-gang chuckles in response, mentioning that he has been a member of the Shaolin Temple for 18 years. The instructors were shocked. They wondered if the man really went mad because they kept calling him Mad Dog. On the other hand, Hae-jun could feel his blood pressure rising. He had such a headache that he decided to ignore the two of them for now. The meeting terminated, and it was breakfast time. Mu-jin guides Baeub-gang to do what he just taught him. When he is training his lower body, he says it would work best if he did it before his actual training. Although Baeub-gang looked like he was bewitched as he followed Mu-jin's instructions, he did not just follow them blindly. He simply decided to follow Mu-jin's instructions after experiencing his training methods for himself. This is what Baeub-gang decided after he received personal training, stretching lessons, and even a massage from a top-class personal trainer. He deduced that the child's techniques are incredible. Those were effective techniques that cannot be spoken ill of. He believed that both the tendon extension technique and the pressure-relieving technique were amazing. He experienced almost none of the knee pains that he usually experiences, and he could feel the stretch in the muscles of his lower body when he trained. Baeub-gang questions if he was taught these techniques by his family. Mu-jin grows confused. Baeub-gang elaborates that he must be from an extraordinary family, seeing how his techniques are so effective. He says he was told that those techniques were passed on within Mu-jin's family for generations. Mu-jin smirks, realizing they had this kind of misunderstanding. As he thinks back, he realizes he did act a little strangely. He was wondering how to get back from that, but this is a great opportunity to do so. He responds affirmatively, stating that he learned techniques from his family. Baeub-gang expresses his admiration for these techniques, calling them magnificent. However, he clarifies that his praise pertains only to the treatment they provided for his knees. He asserts that their training for martial arts in Shaolin has a history of 1,000 years of being the best. Baeub-gang says he understands the child's heart for his family, but it would be great if his training showed and also improved. Mu-jin says he will take note of that. He is then interrupted as his fellow friend appears. Mu-jin excuses himself and Baeub-gang thanks him. And so, Mu-jin and his friend left for breakfast. Soon, Hae-jun appears behind Baeub-gang. Baeub-gang apologizes to the senior monk for being unsightly. Hae-jun chuckles, pointing out that he did know how he looked. Baeub-gang explains that he has to know his enemies to win his battle, so he has to experience it himself. Hae-jun sighed, and asked what does he think after experiencing it for himself. Baeub-gang answers that, from what he experienced from the child, he believes Mu-jin comes not from a family of martial arts, but from a family of physicians. Upon asking why he thinks so, Baeub-gang discloses that his knees are in pretty bad shape from harsh training. Hae-jun was shocked, and asked why he did not say anything up till now. Baeub-gang said he did not want to worry his seniors and elders, and most importantly, he did not want to show his juniors his weak side. Even his juniors, who have trained alongside him for over 10 years, have not realized that his knees are in poor condition. But it was Mu-jin who first noticed. He explains that Mu-jin taught him exercises that did not strain his knees. Hae-jun grows frustrated and wonders what to do with the child. He says that because of such a talented child like him, the training of Shaolin is about to collapse. Baeub-gang tells him not to worry, as he will guide Mu-jin onto the correct path. He lightheartedly suggests that young children tend to listen to the words of grown-ups that they are close to. Instead of being forceful with the child, he will get close to him and slowly teach him Shaolin training methods. Haijun agrees, saying they should not rush things. He says he is counting on Baob Gang. Afternoon arrived, and soon it was time for Buddhism lessons, but Mu Jin groans, still not getting used to them. He wonders if it is because his body is still young, but the food coma is real. Haijun suggests that they will go on to the next training, as all of them seem to have perfected the form of chain punch. He explains that one can only exert the full prowess of martial arts by harmoniously combining internal and external energy. And so from today, they will prepare to master their internal energy. 2 second-class disciples came forward for the demonstration. The young disciples are told to assume the lotus position they have learned. Mu Jin wonders what that is. Soon, everyone gets into position, making him remember the posture. Haijun tells them to close their eyes and focus on their breathing. He tells them to breathe in as deeply as they come through their walls. After that, they allowed the air they had breathed in to pass through their nostrils and throat. They should then keep breathing until it reaches their energy core. Mu Jin was beyond ecstatic. The day he can finally learn the martial arts he has been dreaming of has arrived. The lotus position suddenly seemed too cool to him. All their training has been exercised so far that Mu Jin was starting to get sick of it. But it seems there is finally some learning of something that looks like martial arts. Mu Jin was not the only one excited to learn. The other young disciples were also excited to begin this new training, as it inevitably gave them a new reason to train. They are finally learning the 1,000-year-old martial arts of Shaolin. They were all dreaming of being able to break the boulder like the senior monk showed them. They focused on Haijun's voice and breathed in and out multiple times. But soon, Mu Jin grows uneasy. Something about this training seemed strange to him. Mu Jin gets that this is a breathing technique, but it seemed somewhat different from the Shaolin training methods that he sees in novels. He looks around at the instructors, wondering if they are not going to teach them the chant for inner energy cultivation techniques, things like yin and yang, the 5 elements, Bagua, or the Oriental philosophy stuff. He guesses there might be a good reason for all of this. An hour passed by. Mu Jin, who had been tackling all the training methods of Shaolin up until now, had been doing his best this time as well to follow all that he was told to do. It is because he was excited while thinking he would be learning real martial arts. He wanted to acquire inner energy. It was the source of power that allowed a human to split a mountain and fly in the sky. Mu Jin assumed he would be able to obtain inner energy, a transcendental power enabling him to do all that. Therefore, he was beyond happy to learn the technique, which was the epitome of Murim novels. All of this was what he had only been reading in novels. Soon, the instructor tells everyone to open their eyes. The instructor then explains that the energy circulation technique they just learned is a basic breathing method that allows them to feel the energy and accumulate it within their body. It is because they need to be able to feel energy before they can perform inner energy cultivation techniques. He further argues that they should be able to practice the energy circulation technique whenever they are free and practice hard so they can feel the energy. Hearing this, Mu Jin gets disappointed. He cannot believe they are making them start with basic breathing techniques again. Their point is that they should be able to sense energy first in order to gain inner energy. He gets cut off from his thoughts as the instructor gives him a notebook. Mu Jin questions what it is. The instructor responds that it is the book that the second-class disciples are giving out now and has images of human meridians. Haijun says there is no need to memorize the whole book and they should just memorize the main meridians. He says they can use it when they're circulating their energy or use it to subdue their opponent. Mu Jin grins in excitement. Meridians are passageways where energy flows within the body. Energy is not the only thing that flows in them, inner energy does as well. Due to that, understanding the meridians is needed for learning martial arts. Haijun reveals that they will now be teaching the disciples the names and the locations of the meridians. As he continues explaining, Mu Jin stares at the book. He hopes to memorize all of this by today. Later that evening, he ponders deeply. The disciples were told that memorizing the meridians and practicing the energy circulation technique would help to accumulate energy. Once they are familiar with the energy circulation technique, they will be able to learn Shaolin's enlightenment cultivation technique. Mu Jin knows that means he could try out some moves right after he masters the energy circulation technique to a certain extent. He gets cut off from his thoughts as he sees Baeob Gang exercising. Baeob Gang reveals he has been trying to train more after Mu Jin's exercises have been quite beneficial for his aching knees. But Mu Jin was not pleased. He could practically hear the man's joints creaking. He says that he thought the exercises did not hurt him so his knees could recover. But Baeob Gang doesn't pay much heed to his words, asserting that iron only gets stronger the more it is struck. He contracts his biceps, telling him to look at the awesome muscles that he has trained for over 18 years. However, Mu Jin did not care. That was all skin since Baeob Gang only ate vegetables and nothing with protein. Mu Jin corrects him that iron only becomes stronger if you strike it in the correct manner. If you overdo it, it will break. He says the same applies to humans as well. He politely tells Baeob Gang to take a seat. Baeob Gang obliges. Mu Jin begins to massage him, saying he will do some pressure relieving. He tells Baeob Gang to inform him if it hurts, but the man does not do so even though it hurts. Massaging such injured knees reminded Mu Jin of the past, back when he was in special forces. His body was severely injured when he tried to just grit through the training after already being injured. Even though he suffered so badly, his mission required him to cross a river. In the end, he was forced to retire from the service. At that time, he really lived every day without any energy. Now as he looks at Baeob Gang, it reminds Mu Jin of the old him from back then. Mu Jin says that if his body is injured, he is the only one who suffers, and no one else will take responsibility for it because he urges Baeob Gang to treasure his body. As soon as he says those words, he wonders if they sound too much like a lecture. Baeob Gang caresses his head. He kindly says that he does not know what the boy went through before he came here. But he assures Mu Jin that Shaolin does not abandon their disciples just because their bodies are in bad shape. He confidently says they will not abandon anyone regardless of what happens. Mu Jin smiles, saying that must be the case if he says so. Baeob Gang loves telling him to trust him and train in the ways of Shaolin now, where he stops midway and screams in pain. It was the first scream the Baeob Gang let out after joining Shaolin for 18 years. Baeob Gang turns embarrassed and swiftly gets up. He asks where Mu Jin is going. Mu Jin replied that he was going back to his room to practice the energy circulation technique that he learned today. Baeob Gang grows confused and asks if he should not already be able to feel the energy from the inner energy cultivation technique taught by his family. He points out that since he is from a physician's family, he should be able to read the flow of energy. Mu Jin flinches, knowing that he might be exposed. He hesitatingly makes excuses that he has not learned due to some personal circumstances at home. Baeob Gang suggests practicing the energy circulation technique here. He says he was also thinking of circulating his energy after he is done with his training before he goes back to his room. He suggested they train together then. Baeob Gang smiles, saying Mu Jin might be able to sense energy more easily if he circulates his energy beside him. Mu Jin found the deal convincing enough. No matter how much he tried to feel his energy, Mu Jin still had no idea what it would feel like. If Baeob Gang can use his energy beside him, he might be able to learn something from it. And so, he decides to give it a try. Baeob Gang chuckles and tells him to pay close attention and learn what he can from what he sees. Baeob Gang sits down and focuses on his breathing. Mu Jin could feel the air around Baeob Gang was different, making him realize this was the real energy circulation. He hopes to take this chance to find out what is different between him and Baeob Gang. He then begins to see something. He then turns surprised as he comprehends that this is the energy Hai-Jun was talking about. The disciples were told that when breathing out, they should breathe out through the mouth after gathering all the evil energies within their bodies. When breathing in, they should breathe as deeply as they can to absorb the pure energy of nature until it reaches their energy core, located at the center of their body. And so, Mu Jin could identify the difference between himself and Baeob Gang. He had failed at breathing technique, posture, and absorbing energy. He begins to focus on his breathing, and soon enough, he can feel the energy. However, that is all there is to it. The energy he could produce was the size of a grain. He cannot believe it is so small that it is a miracle he can even feel it. but he was able to regain confidence quickly, thinking that it was at least something. On the other hand, Baeub Gang was quite shocked. He could not believe that the child had already felt energy. It seems monk Haijun and Hyun Sung were right. This child will become a pillar that will hold up 1,000 years of Shaolin history. Mu Jin has got to know a rough grasp of how to sense energy and store it. He has practiced breathing techniques a lot, so it is stable now that he is familiar with it. He suddenly opens his eyes, feeling unusually cold. Baeub Gang stood in front of him, smiling. Mu Jin turns astonished, realizing that much time has passed now. He apologizes, saying he did not know it was this late. Baeub Gang tells him not to worry and just go back to his accommodations quickly since they are about to strike the bell. Mu Jin sincerely thanks Baeub Gang for instructing him. Baeub Gang was astonished that the kid had already reached this level even though he is sensing energy for the first time. He laughed, assuring Mu Jin that he would be able to learn the enlightenment cultivation technique. Mu Jin says he can sense energy now, but asks if he does not need to memorize all the meridians in order to learn the cultivation technique. Baeub Gang frowns and asks if he should not know all of that by now since he is from a physician family. Mu Jin realizes he has let his guard down again. He awkwardly agrees with the man, saying he was just joking. Baeub Gang chuckles and tells him to go back quickly. Mu Jin was frustrated with this stupid physician family setting. He must memorize all the meridians in a day. Mu Jin came for the next day's training session, tired and sleep-deprived. Haijun tells the disciples to step forward if they can sense energy and have memorized the meridians. Mu Jin was relieved that he managed to memorize all the meridians somehow. And so he steps forward, feeling good to be one of those that did so. But he looks around in surprise, seeing that a few had stepped forward. Mu Jin wonders if sensing energy is something that is simpler to do than he thought. Haijun says he will tell them the next step now. Mu Jin was confused. According to the novel's setting, Mu Jin is supposed to be an exceptional genius. Therefore, he wonders what is happening here. Haijun shows the disciples the basics of the Shaolin cultivation technique book. He says it will not take long since these are the basics. He says he will teach them slowly from simple steps. The disciples were truly shocked to see that some of the disciples had sensed energy and memorized the meridians in a day. Mu Yul questioned Mu Jin, how did he do it? Mu Jin explains that the basics were not complicated. He begins to explain the whole procedure to him, making him confused. Mu Jin, you could tell his friend, did not understand a single thing. He motivates him to focus on his breathing for now, as he will be able to do it soon. Mu Jin continued to memorize the meridians and sequences until he got them perfectly memorized. He memorized the basic martial art of Shaolin, the enlightenment cultivation technique. He could feel the energy filling up faster. He cannot believe he is learning about the inner energy that he has read about in novels. He could feel himself growing, which made it fun. It felt nice to be the protagonist. Mu Jin's training progressed smoothly. His training is interjected as Mu Yul approaches him with a motionless boy on his shoulder. This surprises Mu Jin. Mu Yul assures him that it is not a corpse. He says it is Mu Kyung who joined Shaolin earlier than him. Mu Jin asks why he is carrying him and dragging him around. Mu Yul says he needs to get him up, but he is completely out of it. Mu Jin observes the monk. He points out that the dirt on him is obviously caused by Mu Yul. But there was a strange bruise on Mu Kyung's body as well. It looks like someone beat him up. Mu Jin also notices a lot of other bruises on his body. As he ponders further on the situation, he realizes that Mu Kyung's name sounds a little familiar. He was tall, scrawny, and looked gaunt, unlike the other kids. He looked like a scarecrow with sunken cheeks. Right now, this is the image of him that Mu Jin barely remembered in passing, but the memory that he had remembered was something else. It does not recognize his face, but his name is strangely familiar to him. It is like he has heard it before. Mu Jin could not recall the reason why Mu Kyung's name sounded familiar, no matter how hard he tried. However, he understood that this was not the most pressing concern then. Mu Yul asked why Mu Kyung had been beaten up. Mu Jin guesses he might have an idea. He smiled, saying he knew someone who would know about it for sure. He says that since Mu Kyung joined earlier than Mu Yul, you need to find someone who joined even earlier than him. And that is Mu Gung. And so, the two approached Mu Gung, who asked, "What is it?" Mu Jin was certain that Mu Gung did not do this, as it would be a relief that Cry Baby had the guts to beat someone up like this. He suggests Mu Gung would know what this place was like before they joined. And thus, they made their way to Mu Gung. Mu Yul accidentally dropped Mu Kyung, making them all speechless. Mu Gung questions if he just ended him. Mu Gung coldly asks why he would waste his precious training time on them. Mu Jin was annoyed by his attitude. He reminds him that he is their senior. He asked if their training is more important when he has a junior who is severely injured. Mu Gung grits his teeth, pointing out that Mu Jin is also his junior. Mu Jin provokes him by mentioning that he was beaten up by a junior. Mu Gung argues that this happened because he let his guard down at that time. His carefree attitude infuriates Mu Gung, and he tries to punch Mu Jin. However, Mu Jin dodges the attack and uses twister techniques on him. Mu Gung was surprised, knowing this junior was using weird techniques again. Mu Jin smirks, reminding him that the results will be the same even if they fight 100 times. Mu Jin offers to tell Mu Jin why he lost if he tells them why Mu Kyung is in this state. Mu Jin realizes this must be why Mu Gung has an attitude towards him. He has a grudge for losing to him before. He is very prideful, yet he loses to some techniques that he has never seen before. He must be curious about why he lost, and that must bother him a lot. Mu Gung eventually gives in and agrees to the offer. Mu Jin questions why Mai Kyung was beaten up. Mu Gung sighs, saying he got on the bad side of Mu T and the others. Mu Jin asks who Mu T is. Mu Gung reveals he is one of Shaolin's outer sect disciples, the only son of the Seo Bull escort establishment's owner. He reveals that Mu Kyung's father is the porter of the establishment. Monk Haijun was trying to recruit Mu T into the main temple but discovered Mu Kyung's talent when he was there. Thus, he brought him together with Mu T here. The issue is that Mu T perceives Mu Kyung as trying to surpass him, even though Mu Kyung is the son of a porter. As a result, Mu T has begun to bully Mu Kyung, viewing him as an annoyance. Mu Jin finds the ordeal crazy. Mu Gung says it cannot be helped as Mu Kyung's father is working for Mu T's family. And so, he cannot even tattle on Mu T. Mu Jin was beyond furious. He could have understood if this place were a normal school, but this place is the Shaolin Temple, where they teach the ways of the Buddha. Enraged, he asks Mu Gung what he has been doing all this time, pointing out that he has the greatest influence among them. Mu Gung was taken aback and asked what he could do. Mu Jin says he is the strongest and can protect Mu Kyung. Mu Gung says there are 3 bullies and he cannot take all 3 of them. Mu Jin says Mu Yul told him he is the strongest. Mu Gung turns shy. He says that might look like the case in Mu Yul's eyes because the 3 bullies do not take their training seriously as they are outer sect's disciples. The martial arts of an outer set family naturally use Shaolin Temple martial arts as the base. So, Mu Jin deduces that Mu T must probably have already learned the basic martial arts of Shaolin. Therefore, he does not take his training here seriously. He wonders if he was one of those who stepped forward with him. Mu Kyung soon wakes up, wincing in pain. He wonders aloud where he is. He sees the 3 monks and screams in fear, crawling backward. They tell him not to worry as they will not hurt him. Mu Jin calmly explains to him that he heard about his situation from Mu Gung. He was surprised to see Mu Kyung totally avoiding people out of fear and wondered what to do with him. Mu Jin wonders just how badly was he beaten and bullied for him to become this scared. He cannot believe school violence is taking place even in the Shaolin Temple. Since his father is working for Mu T's family, even if he wants to talk to Monk Haijun, he is worried that it might cause more harm. Mu Jin wonders if there is no way to help him. An idea suddenly strikes his mind. He tells Mu Kyung that he might be able to help him. He explains that those guys who have been threatening him with his father should report all of them to Monk Haijun. Mu Kyung asks if he is teasing him, saying there is no way they will let his father off. Mu Jin grins, saying that is also simple. He states that the situation will be resolved if he becomes a disciple of the main martial group. A main martial disciple is someone who has been accepted into the main martial group and continues their training there. Outer sect disciples usually stay outside of Shaolin. Even if they are from a prominent establishment, they cannot recklessly interfere with a main disciple of the Shaolin Temple. However, not everyone can become a main disciple. Everyone understood Mu Jin's intentions and what he aimed to achieve, except for one person. Mu Jin shrugs in a carefree manner. He tells him to think about it. He knew there was also a chance that this would not work. But he remembers how Baeob Gang had said that the Shaolin Temple would never abandon any disciple, no matter what happened. It is time to see if what he said is true. He assures mocking that monk Hai Jun and the Shaolin Temple will never let these people off. So he asked Mu Kyung if he wanted to try it. Mu Jin sees Mu Kyung getting quiet and asks if he does not have the confidence to become a main disciple. Mu Kyung can't even form a sentence. His stuttering sounds less like words and more like a dying pigeon. Mu Jin continues with his questions, asking if he intends to allow his father to stay and work under the family of someone who bullies him. He warns Mu Kyung that his father will have to keep working under Mu T if he gives up. Just knock some sense into the war, and he agrees to give it a try once. Mu Jin is satisfied with his answer and says he will then tell him about the second plan. He asserts that they cannot just let them bully him until he becomes a main disciple. He suggests Mu Kyung beat Mu T first. 3 days passed by. Mu T sits in an alleyway, smirking, revealing to his sidekicks how he threatened Mu Kyung to come here. The other 2 underlings were also excited to give him a good beating. They talk about how they have seen the boy mingling with some other losers, including Mu Jin. The 3 boys were happy, as they had wanted to give the arrogant Mu Jin a beating for a long time. They get cut off as they see Mu Kyung tagging along with Mu Jin's gang towards them. The bullies were too ignorant to see that Mu Jin was stronger than them. Instead, they ridiculed him and his friends. Mu Jin turns to Mu Kyung, reminding him of what he taught him. With that, Mu Kyung steps in front to challenge his bully, Mu T. The showdown begins. Mu T looks down at him with disdain, reminding him of what would happen to his father if he ends up in a bad position. Mu Kyung musters up enough courage to try to punch Mu T, who narrowly dodges it. As for Mu Gung, he was fighting with the bully who had called him a gorilla not so long ago. To the bully's surprise, Mu Gung was giving a totally different vibe right now. He seemed stronger than usual. Previously, Mu Jin had revealed the reason to Mu Gung why he kept losing to him. Mu Jin explained that the chain punch he used is definitely fast and strong, but that is actually all there is to it. Mu Gung was astonished and asked, "Isn't that what is most important in martial arts?" Mu Jin smiled and got into position, saying that he will understand if he experiences it with his body. He then suggests attacking him with a chain pump first technique, and he asks him to try avoiding it. Mu Gung succeeds. Mu Jin then suggests he dodge the second technique. Mu Gung was surprised by how easy it all was. But it turns out Mu Jin had lied and went for a lower kick instead. "Surprise, life hurts," Mu Jin had quipped. Mu Gung fell in pain, asking why he had lied. Mu Jin says that was the point he was trying to make. If his opponent already knows what is coming, who would just get hit on purpose? He lectured Mu Gung to deceive his opponents for his attacks to work. He says that before he punches, even he can tell what he is about to do just from his posture. Mu Gung becomes determined, saying that he just needs to be so fast that his opponent can't dodge even if they know what is coming. Mu Jin shouts out, saying that he is not completely wrong, but that is only correct when he becomes the strongest in the world someday. For example, like the protagonist in the previous work of the author who wrote the Shaolin Chronicles. The blade techniques of the protagonist, who was the strongest in both the unorthodox faction and in the world, were unmatchable. The novel said that his blade techniques could not be dodged even if they knew what they were. In other words, if you're not the strongest in the world, what you said does not apply to Mu Gung. Thus, Mu Jin suggests Hetri deceiving his opponents until then. He elaborates that there needs to be psychological warfare, like saying you will use paper in a rock, paper, scissors game. Back in the fight, Mu Gung grins and uses that same trickery. His bully eats dirt, proving the lesson right. Speed is cool, but psychological warfare is king, especially when your opponent has the IQ of a turnip. Mu Jin had told Mu Gung he needs to know how to use some deception until he becomes fast enough for people to be unable to dodge his attacks even if they see them coming. This put Mu Gung into deep thought, as he had never thought of this before. Mu Gung, who had always thought trickery was cowardly, looked like a kid realizing Santa wasn't real, soul-crushed, but also a little enlightened. But the more he thinks about it, the more he realizes Mu Jin is right. Grateful for the advice, Mu Gung decides to share classified intel on Mu T and his thugs. He warns Mu Jin not to underestimate them. Mu Jin, puzzled, reminds him that he had bragged about being stronger earlier. Mu Gung smirks as he explains that he was not fighting at his full strength. He emphasizes that if it had been a real fight rather than sparring, he would have utilized his family's martial arts techniques. Additionally, he would have drawn on the inner energy he has accumulated over time. He drags the gang into a hidden corner to show off his secret arts, looking around like he's smuggling drugs instead of flexing Kai. The other three questioned why he is being so discreet, to which Mu Gung revealed that he does not want to upset the elders by using his family's martial arts. While Mu Yul remained on the lookout, Mu Gung was certain that they would be surprised by his power and Mu Jin would start respecting him a little. As Mu Gung activates his mana, Mu Jin's eyes widen in surprise. He could tell this is definitely different from when Mu Gung used the chain punch. It has got power and speed and should be around the level of a high school boxer. Although the power is not as strong as he had imagined, considering his age, Mu Gung is pretty much a monster. With every kick or punch, the air is snapping. He realizes this must be why he said things could get dangerous for him. It is because if he fights Mu T and his underlings right now, they will all use their own martial arts to fight him. He now sees why people say Mu Gung is the strongest among the young monks. But Mu Jin could tell Mu Gung is not able to freely control his own inner energy yet. And so he guesses it is possible to take him on if this is all he has. After meeting Mu Gung and Mu Kaiung, Mu Jin can tell that there is a certain form and posture to punch in order for them to utilize their energy. Thus, he thinks this incoming punch is child's play. He effortlessly dodges it as the movement range was pretty predictable. Mu Gung was shocked. He ends up being defeated once again, earning a gut punch from Mu Jin. Down goes the strongest young monk, again. Meanwhile, Mu Kaiung, face bloody, knuckles red, finally exacts revenge. He looks less like a bullied kid and more like a horror movie extra crawling out of a massacre. That's when it clicks. After finally seeing Mu Kaiung in such a disheveled state, Mu Jin remembers how he has heard his name somewhere a lot of times. He was the one who made a complete mess of his opponent's face, the one who stained both his hands red with blood and whose eyes were full of madness and blood that stained his face as well. Shivers crawl down Mu Jin's spine. He had just taught this kid to stand up for himself. Congratulations, trainer, you might have just unleashed a future psychopath with a blood fetish. It is a character in the Return of the Demon Supreme, the most insane character of all, a villain character who loves blood more than anyone else, Mu Kaiung, the Blood Monk. Mu Jin had forgotten all about the novel he loved as a child as time passed by. But there was an illustration of a memorable character that was hidden away in a corner of his memory. This character would always say that all humans are evil and that he would use blood to wash away the cycle of sins from them. He was truly a lunatic, the Blood Monk. Mu Jin's mouth fell open in utter astonishment at the scene that he was witnessing. Right now had reminded him of the madness and horror of the Mu Kaiung that he had only read about in the novel. All he could wonder was what he had awakened. He quickly snaps out of it, knowing what's more important is to stop Mu Kaiung before he ends up killing Mu T. He and Mu Yul drag Mu Kaiung away from Mu T. Mu Kaiung eventually calms down a bit, while Mu Jin still wonders how he became so strong. He then sees Mu Kaiung completely break down, making him guess he's still not the Blood Monk yet. If Mu Jin's memory serves him right, the Blood Monk only ever appeared as a crazy person in the novel. It did not mention how he became the Blood Monk. Did he cross the line he was not meant to after enduring such absurd situations where he was constantly bullied? He gets cut off from his thoughts as an extremely furious-looking Bayab gang approaches them. Mu Jin thinks of how they are in deep shit now. No shit, Sherlock. Bayab gang demands that they better give him a good explanation for what has happened here. Mu Jin requests him to take a look at Mu Kaiung's body. Bayab gang's eyes widen and his fury dissipates as he sees the boy's body covered with endless wounds. He was shocked to his core and froze in his tracks as he asked to tell him exactly what happened. Mu Jin, in a serious tone, explains that these injuries were inflicted by fellow monks who bullied Mu Kaiung for 2 months. Apparently, they had called him out to beat him up again today, so he decided to help the boy. The rage that had dissipated initially now returned back to Bayob Gang as he faces the bullies, asking if it is the truth. He immediately starts investigating and asks the underlings if this is the truth. Soon, more instructors began to approach after hearing the commotion. They were all too shocked to say a word. Bayob Gang then turns to Mu Kyung and asks for his side of the story. Mu Jin supports him, telling him not to worry and to tell exactly what happened. Eventually, Mu Kyung breaks down in more tears, admitting that what Mu Jin said was the truth. Uncontrollable tears streamed down his cheeks as he slowly told them about what he experienced for the past 2 months. Because he was very emotional, he was unable to tell them the details articulately. However, he was able to get the main point over to Bayob Gang. Mu Jin addresses Bayob Gang, reminding the man of how he set the Shaolin Temple and how they will never abandon their own disciples, regardless of the situation. He says he thought Mu Kyung needed to be protected since he is also a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Bayob Gang points out that the other children are also the disciples of Shaolin. Mu Jin's demeanor instantly shifts, and he coldly questions the people who threaten the lives of her father and son are disciples of the Shaolin Temple. He clearly questions if that is really what the Shaolin Temple stands for. They get interjected as Arhat Hall's leader, Hyun Sung, approaches the commotion. He agrees with Mu Jin but says it is true only if he is telling the truth. He suggests an immediate investigation, saying that those children will cease to be disciples of the Shaolin Temple if what he said is true. He continues saying that even if they cease to become disciples of the Shaolin Temple, what has happened over here will not be overlooked either. He asserts that the Shaolin martial arts are meant to subdue our opponents, and they are far too brutal considering they are just children. Mu Kyung panics and tries to apologize but gets interrupted by Mu Jin. Mu Jin shields Mu Kyung, taking responsibility for the damage, saying he was angry with those people who bullied the boy. He says he was not able to control his emotions and all the deeds were done by him. Because he knows the truth, if Shaolin betrays Mu Kyung, that's the final push down the path to blood-soaked madness. Better to make himself the villain today than let a blood monk rise tomorrow. He thinks if he tries to protect the boy so that he will not become the blood monk, then won't Mu Kyung become the best comrade he could want. Mu Jin is led through the forest to the temple's meditation place like a prisoner of war. Bayob Gang explains to him that he is to stay here and talk to no one while looking at the wall and meditating repeatedly. They finally reach a cave, and Bayob Gang reveals he is to receive his punishment here. The cave looked depressing enough to be a Pinterest board titled Minimalist Dungeon Core. Mu Jin was instructed not to look out of the cave, even when he is sleeping or eating. He will be given water and rice balls from time to time like a forgotten middle child. Mu Jin made his way into the cave and his punishment began. Mu Jin sighed as he took his place. He was hoping it would not be the case, but this story reflects a world that features every novel by the same author, Ga Kyung. He possessed a character in the Shaolin Chronicles, but a character from the Return of the Demon Supreme appeared before him. It is no wonder that he was so shocked. He knew that Return of the Demon Supreme and the Unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles shared the same world. On second thought, he thinks that it is just the world that is the same. He thinks both protagonists are in the same time period as well. They are active in different years, so it is unlikely that they will run into each other. And in the second half of the Return of the Demon Supreme, the protagonist of the Shaolin Chronicles, the Divine Monk, would appear. That means all the novels are in a similar time. Mu Jin concludes that his actions might influence events that take place in the other novels as well. This makes him more anxious than usual, as he wonders about the occurrence of his unnecessary interference, causing a butterfly effect and getting in the way of the other novel's protagonist's growth. Imagine ruining the story because you couldn't mind your business. Peak main character complex. Mu Jin knows that if he wants to become stronger from now on, he will need to find the right places and connections. But other than the ones that will affect the protagonist's growth, he cannot remember anything else. These novels are ones that he read more than 10 years ago. He only remembers the overarching story, while his memories of the exact details are vague. If he steals those opportunities from the protagonists, the story development gets screwed up. And so, he will not know how Shaolin Chronicles will turn out. As for the Blood Monk storyline, it was already cooked. Mu Jin already took in Mu Kyung, who was supposed to become the Blood Monk. Now he knows he needs to make sure that works out somehow. It is because the protagonist of the Return of the Demon Supreme would gain enlightenment and become stronger in his fight with a Blood Monk. But the Blood Monk has now disappeared along with the enlightenment he is supposed to gain, which is all because of Mu Jin. Mu Jai's body trembles nervously as he wonders, where does he even start from now? Everything seemed pretty complicated. On the other hand, Baeub Gang curiously watches the boy like a proud dad. To him, the boy seemed pretty focused on repentance right now. He couldn't believe that a child of 12 years old is able to have that level of concentration and repentant mindset. On top of that, with the special techniques and talents he has shown them previously, it seems this child will become the pillar of Shaolin. A while ago, all the new monks were interrogated about the fight that occurred. The Holiday were told that all of their testimonies were the same after interrogation. It is true that Mu Kyung was constantly bullied. Baeub Gang soon appeared, and they agreed that it was obvious from Mu Kyung's face and hands that he was the one who beat up Mu T. They reduced that. Mu Jin just wanted to protect his friend in that confusing situation and took the blame. Baeub Gang declared that everyone is at fault. Compared to trying to blame someone or cause someone to regret, it is more important for them to make sure it does not happen again. He says he thinks the biggest cause of this incident is due to the lack of training. He explains that they did such a vicious thing because they have too much stamina left. Thus, to prevent that from happening, he will just plant training that will tire them out more. The hall leader leaves the matter to him and Hai Young. The hall leader also says that the 3 children are guilty, so they need to be punished accordingly. He says he will go to the disciplined code first. Baeub Gang agrees, saying he will do his best to guide the children in the meanwhile. And so, back in the present, he continues watching the boy, who hasn't moved in the slightest for 2 hours now. He was truly impressed by the boy's determination and guesses there is probably no more need to monitor him. He decides to come back tomorrow early morning. He hopes the boy won't worry, as he will bring him water and rice balls from time to time. After Baeub Gang leaves, Mu Jin smiles and turns back, glad he's gone. He scoffs, mumbling how he was in the Special Forces for 7 years and it was not all for nothing. This means he can easily sense when someone is nearby. Now came the real problem, time kill mode. 7 days in a cave with no Wi-Fi, no Netflix, no protein, peak hell. He does not have beans or mushrooms to give him the protein he needs for exercising. As he thinks about it, he begins to recall when the last time he ate meat was. He remembers eating some fried chicken right before he came to this world. He drools as he remembers the crispy skin that crunched with every bite and that rendered meat. This makes him even hungrier. He then begins to ponder where he can get meat from. His mouth begins to drool even more as he realizes he can just hunt for meat out here. The scene shifts to a little girl running through the forest. She sees a rabbit being caught up in a hunter's trap. Out came Mu Jin, obsessing over protein. She quietly watched the scene unfold from the bushes. On the other side of it was an area near Mount Songshan, where the Shaolin Temple is. The Shaolin disciples spread out in this place to gather information. They talked to the people here and thus heard from them about what happened in this place. Shortly after, they all gathered at the entrance of the Seobul escort establishment. The vice hall leader of Shaolin's outer hall, Hai Gul, greets the establishment's owner, Ximen Pyung. He was also Mu T's father. He sees his son behind the monks and becomes furious as he sees his son trembling badly. Hai Gul sighs and begins to yell at Ximen Pyung about how the reason he is acting this way is due to his own wrongdoing. He continues yelling that Mu T should have been training his body and mind to be pure, but instead he bullied his friend and caused conflict within the Shaolin Temple. He then speaks of how they found out from the people within the Yichun Prefecture that the Seobul escort establishment has been coercing money out of the people here. He was furious beyond relief, saying he cannot believe that an outer sect that follows the Shaolin Temple would dare to do such an evil deed. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was how Hai Gul initiated the cancel culture. He orders his subordinate to make sure these people can never use martial arts again. The Shaolin Temple monks were easily able to overpower the escort establishment's guards. Hai Gul then instructed them to take everything from the establishment that has been taken unfairly from the common people and returned it. Hai Gul then looks for Mu Kyung's father, Bang Jin. He instantly bows in apology, revealing it was his son that was bullied, and promises to take full responsibility for it. Hai Gul and the other Shaolin disciples helped Bang Jin to transfer to work under other escort establishments affiliated with the Shaolin Temple as a porter, a place that was stable and righteous, unlike this Seobul escort establishment. In the meanwhile, Mu Jin comes across a sloppy trap in the mountain area. He becomes curious seeing it. The drop was totally trashed compared to what he made yesterday for the rabbit. He becomes alert, wondering who tried to copy his trap after seeing it. More importantly, there is someone else on this mountain other than him. He then suddenly hears a rustle in the bushes and looks sideways to see a girl. The girl sees that the boy has noticed him and begins to run away. Mu Jin tries to stop her, but when she does not stop, he rushes after her. He wonders what such a pretty girl is doing in a dangerous space like this mountain. The girl was trembling all over and began to cry. Mu Jin apologizes and serves her some food. As they talk, the girl asks if it is okay for him to eat meat, though he's a monk. Mu Jin tries to explain he has his own circumstances, even questioned why she is so deep in the mountains. He points out that her clothes seemed like they're from outside, though this place is under the Shaolin Temple. The girl immediately becomes dejected as she recalls what had occurred. She wonders if she was abandoned because she is useless or because she was not supposed to be born. Mu Jin notices how the girl has become awfully quiet and guesses she has her own circumstances that she cannot speak about. He decides to stop and change the subject. He winks at her, asking her to keep his rabbit hunting a secret. The girl questions if it is because he cannot be caught eating meat. Mu Jin becomes nervous once again, saying there are also other reasons. He says he will help her get home in return. The girl becomes hopeful as she hears this. Mu Jin explains that a shirtless monk who is quite influential will soon come to this place. Therefore, he will be able to help her easily. The girl becomes suspicious and asks how he knows that the monk's coming. Mu Jin grins, explaining that he can sense his presence. He suggests that she just needs to wait at the entrance of the cave. And so, when Bayob Gang arrives at the cave, he sees a little girl. She reveals that she got separated from her group and lost her way. Bayob Gang volunteers to help her get home. He suddenly remembered something and asked the girl if she saw a boy in that cave. Mu Jin hears this and chills run down his spine. The girl internally chuckles as she has now realized why the boy asked her to keep it a secret. She smiled, saying she was scared of the cave, so she did not go near it or see anyone come out of it. Bayob Gang was glad that the boy had not disappointed him. He guesses he can go back down now since the boy is doing well so far. He smiles, telling the girl to follow him as he will bring her down the mountain together and get her home. He asks for her name and the girl reveals she is Ryu Seolhwa. Mu Jin senses that the two have left and lies down. Mu Jin lay back down, realizing he forgot to ask her name, then shrugged. Probably an NPC. Won't see her again. The scene shifts to Bayob Gang looking for Mu Kyung, telling him he needs to talk to him. He adds that this involves his father too. Bayob Gang told Mu Kyung everything that happened in Yichun Prefecture. And he told the boy not to worry about the outside world and to do his best to become a true disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Mu Kyung broke down and vowed to do his best. Just as Mu Jin has said, the Shaolin Temple never abandons its disciple. 4 days had passed by. Mu Jin remembers the survival training he underwent in the Special Forces. This training naturally included lessons on how to procure food from the local environment, making hunting relatively easy for him. The one thing he did not think of when he cooked the meat for that girl back then was that if he hunted, animals are cooked with an open fire, he could get caught. So he switched to cooking inside nearby caves, smearing mud on the fur and burning it off like some Gordon Ramsay caveman recipe. He knows he needs to make sure he leaves as little evidence as possible. It is because he will not have enough time to clear up all the mess and pluck out the fur. He then has to cover it in mud, cook it, and then black out the fur along with the mud. Eating that meat was his first true relief since reincarnating. Forget enlightenment, protein was the real spiritual awakening. On the 5th day, he would get up earlier than the striking of the bell of the Shaolin Temple to face the world in a lotus position. You ask if that is for the sake of training hard in meditation? No, it is because of a certain presence that comes near to this cave. Translation: his spidey sense told him someone might snitch on his late-night rabbit barbecues. For food, Mu-jin would eat the grain bowl and drink the water that is given once a day. He makes up for the energy that he lacks with his hunting. You could say that he has gotten some sort of routine in his life at this point. The 6th day soon came. Once he has gotten protein and energy, Mu-jin puts his body to use immediately. He will warm his body up as much as possible by doing as much exercise as he can. He realized something as he kept moving his body. The breathing method used while exercising is similar to the energy circulation technique, so he tried to challenge himself by combining the enlightenment cultivation technique and exercises to start his own kind of training. The result of this training is that his body feels more refreshed than before. It is a pity that he does not have much time left. Mu-jin did not know at this time that this process is the training process of the energy accumulation art. The 7th day finally came, marking the completion of the wall-facing meditation. Baeub Gang arrives to take him back, suggesting they go to the training ground right away. Mu-jin questioned how the incident was handled. Baeub Gang revealed all that had happened. He also revealed that they destroyed the martial arts of everyone in that corrupt place and shut them down. They also introduced Mu Kyung's father to a new workplace. Plus, the intensity of training has increased in the last week. He then tells Mu-jin that he has allowed him to train in his own way because of what he promised him. But he suggested Hefelo the training of the Shaolin Temple, now to be fair to the rest. But Morgan suggests increasing the intensity of his own training. And so, at the Arhat training ground, Mu-jin's monk friends greeted him like he'd respawned after a week-long hibernation. They all get in positions for the morning training. Mu-jin notices the young monks wear sand pouches. They were then ordered to get into horse stance. Turns out Mu-jin's return didn't stop the tough early morning training, as the training that has gotten several times tougher caused the young monks to sweat profusely. Mu-jin also used the sand pouches to do his own exercises, although he does not really like the grip and sense of balance that these sand pouches give. But it is not like he is training to be a bodybuilder at this age, so this could be perfect. The other monks watched the boy in confusion as he was doing exercises they had never seen before. Baeub Gang makes his way to Mu-jin. The others anticipated he would finally score and reprimand him. It is true that the man was angry, as he had already told the boy the training has gotten tougher, but he was training by himself in an easier manner. But he soon notices the boy was sweating much more than the others. He wonders if it means his training is tougher than their increased training intensity. But what is more important right now is that the heavy and sharp energy radiating from the boy was that of energy accumulation art. This shocked him tremendously. The energy accumulation art is an energy circulation technique that can only be done once one has successfully accumulated energy in their body and has gotten used to energy to a certain degree. This art allows the user to break out of the norms of physique and display superhuman strength. The boulder-breaking demonstration that monk Hai-young showed previously belongs under this category. It is also possible to use it to do things like flying in the sky or moving at extremely fast speeds. However, not everyone can attain this. It is something that can only be attained after an epiphany or energy has been achieved after numerous trials and errors. That is supposed to be how it is. Thus, seeing Mu-jin like this made Baeub Gang truly stunned, which was why seeing Mu-jin casually using it left Baeub Gang utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Mu-jin was having the time of his life. He had been getting sick of repetitive body exercises, so swinging dumbbells around was giving him the adrenaline rush he craved. His triceps felt like they were about to explode. He grinned like a maniac. Unlike him, the early morning training involving the sand pouches was hell for everyone. The other young monks were surprised by his weird posture and began to stare at him, wondering what was wrong with him. But Baeub Gang looked at the boy in a slightly different light now. He could see the energy accumulation art radiating and wondered since when he was able to use it. He stops Mu-jin and tells him to follow him. Even Hai-young was shocked to see the energy accumulation radiating from Mu-jin. Mu-jin guesses it is probably the result of the wall meditation training. But if he tells them that, then he's basically admitting to them that he was doing other stuff and not his punishment, and that gave. He then says he was just trying things out. He began to spew tons of lies, saying his family places a lot of emphasis on breathing techniques, and it seems he got excited today after not exercising for a while. He says his family's breathing techniques are similar to the energy circulation techniques here, so he tried to apply the same principles. Hearing this, Ha-young and Baeob Gang were both astonished. They exchanged meaningful glances. They both know that the energy accumulation arc should only be possible after the basic enlightenment cultivation technique has been mastered. Although the enlightenment cultivation technique is a basic cultivation technique, it would still take a few years to master it. There are only very few among those who mastered it and are able to use the energy accumulation art. That is why, once the foundation is laid with the enlightenment cultivation technique, disciples move on to the next level of cultivation. At that stage, it is far more effective to spend 2 hours circulating energy with the higher level technique than to continue building energy through the energy accumulation art after mastering the enlightenment method. But what if someone, like Mu Jin, manages to grasp the energy accumulation art only a few days after learning the enlightenment technique? In that case, they can accumulate energy far more quickly than their peers. If they also begin training in the next level cultivation techniques, their progress multiplies severalfold. Thus, seeing that Mu Jin could already use the energy accumulation art at such a young age, the instructors were both delighted and astonished. They asked the boy if he could truly perform this regularly. Mu Jin, putting on his most innocent expression, claimed he could only manage it when using his family's exercise methods. With that excuse, he left to continue training. On his return, he was surprised to find Mu Kyung teaching the other young monks the stretching exercises he had shown him earlier. Mu Jin was amazed at how quickly the boy had learned and that he was already passing it on to others. Since Mu Kyung was never mentioned in the novel, Mu Jin hadn't thought much about him before. But then he noticed that Mu Gung wasn't participating. Turns out the boy's body was far too stiff to keep up. Mu Jin sighed and told him, "That's literally why we do stretching." He then introduced them to muscle-lengthening exercises, groaning in pain right alongside them. To his horror, even the idiot Mu Yul showed terrifying flexibility. Mu Gung looked on in silent determination, swearing to himself that he'd remain the strongest no matter what. Mu Jin just thought, if stubbornness were a martial art, he'd be a grandmaster. Thanks to the addition of sand pouches and to the dawn training, it became an enjoyable time doing various free weight exercises. Mu Jin was able to practice energy accumulation training in his free time. He accumulated more energy through breathing and was able to grow stronger. He would also do stretches with them in between training. The instructors also came to notice how the boys' folders have gotten wider. 10 days passed by and the change occurred for the training sessions. The instructors demonstrated the inner energy cultivation method to the new monks. Ha-young explains that the first move is the core punch. He teaches them to start circulating energy, then pull the accumulated energy in their energy core to go past the energy point. After that, 70 of their energy will go to their right arm, pass by the breath vessel point, and head to the shoulder bone point. As for the remaining 30%, it will go to their left arm. Mu Jin listens to his words with immense focus. He gathers the accumulated energy in his inner core and splits it into 7 to 3. He does exactly as Ha-young explained, shooting out immense energy, even to his surprise. He wonders if this is a concept where a part of his body is strengthened as the acupoint system, united by his energy. Is this the reason for distributing out the energy and strength of sending? All the energy is in one arm so that his body can maintain balance. He thinks it would make it hard for his left arm to play that role. When his energy grows even more, though, he thinks he also needs to put some energy into other places. His analysis is proven correct as Ha-young further explains that in order to properly use the first move of the chain punch, one must also put energy into their lower body. But Mu Jin begins to ponder about one more thing. Since he needs to send energy into his legs and not just his arms, he must be able to control his body as a whole. He groans, thinking this is way more complicated than he thought. If he wants to be able to execute such complicated steps in a real fight, he wonders how much more training he will need. He watches Mu Yul stand cluelessly and groans. It is no wonder he wasn't mentioned in the novel. He tries his best to help Mu Yul. He suggests He forget the names of the acupoints and gather his energy in the center. With some time and effort, Mu Yul was able to understand what to do. Mujin tries his best to help him, but his patience is running out as he realizes the boy has the brains of a goldfish. And so that was how he started to learn how to use the chain punch. Hai Yung and the second-class disciples would teach one new step each day. Since this is foundational martial arts, there are not a lot of moves, and they were able to teach everything within 10 days. After that, everyone was trained separately based on how fast their progress was. Now, in the present, 71 days have passed. Mu Jin, Mu Gung, Mu Kaiung, and Mu Yul have all successfully learned the 10 moves of the chain punch. Baeob Gang notices how Mu Jin keeps increasing the number of sand pouches during dawn training. This makes him recall the boy's training methods when he first came here. Does this mean Mu Jin has been right all along? The Arhat leader notices Baeob Gang worries after training and questions what has happened. A while later, Baeob Gang approaches Mu Jin and says the hall leader is looking for him. Hearing this, Mu Jin's first thought wasn't pride, it was, crap. Did I accidentally commit a crime again? After all, why would the Arhat Hall leader suddenly look for him? The Arhat Hall leader continues pondering about Mu Jin. He already figured out that the boy was talented and a little eccentric, along with the unique training techniques. But he thought that was all. But it was surprising to see that Baeob Gang would pay so much attention to him. He thought it was best to meet Mu Jin in person and talk to him, but Mu Jin couldn't understand the hall leader's intentions. He had called him here and done nothing but look at him for the last few minutes. Mu Jin's nerves began to fray. Is he checking if I have lice? Why is he staring at my arms like I'm a cow at a meat market? Thus, he begins to flex his muscles. The hall leader takes note of this and asks, "What is he suddenly doing?" Mu Jin hesitatingly says he just wanted to stand in a different position. Yeah, let's not explain. I panicked and started posing like a cheap bodybuilder. The hall leader chuckles, saying it has been a while since he met him like this. Mu Jin questions if he has called him here because of that incident. The hall director denied it, saying he just wanted to confirm something with his own eyes, so he called him here. He says he now knows for sure. Mu Jin turns confused. Can you skip to the part where I either die or get promoted? The hall leader, Hyun Sung, says his body has grown much faster than any of his peers that have joined the Shaolin Temple. However, he says that is not the only reason he has called him here. He asks Mu Jin. If it is true, his eye-catching growth is due to the family's training method that he has been doing. Mu Jin realizes what is going on and turns nervous. He asks the man if he is trying to find out if his training method is indeed better than the Shaolin Temple's training methods. The hall leader firmly cuts him off, saying that the Shaolin Temple is not that closed-minded. He says he wanted to make a proposal to him. Yeah, tell that to the instructor who nearly burst a vein when I suggested stretching wasn't a crime. The holiday explains that the reason the Shaolin Temple has been able to last for 1,000 years is because they have maintained the mindset to fix their shortcomings and take in what is good for them. There are times when they would be gentle and times when they would be tough. Mu Jin was unable to get what he was saying. The man says he will think of accepting his training methods if he proves they are good. Mu Jin's ears perk up at this proposal. He could not believe that the Arhat Hall leader, Hyun Sung, just said this. Before being a martial artist, he was a monk who practiced asceticism to become Buddha. That is a huge decision to make to improve the Shaolin Temple further. To include Mu Jin's training would simply be a training that they're uncertain of. But now he is saying that Arhat Hall, which is in charge of the younger monks' training, would test it out first. If things go wrong, the leader will be punished by the discipline court. Despite that, he has still decided to take the gamble so that the Shaolin Temple can become even stronger. For the hall leader, he believes that the pillar of the Shaolin Temple with 1,000 years of history will become even sturdier if the boy's training method really is effective. However, his plans come to a spoil when Mu Jin blatantly rejects him, asking why he would do that. He had not expected this, so he became irritated. Mu Jin says he has to do his own training as well. Plus, he points out how the new monks have been treating him like he is insane because of that incident. They won't want to follow the training methods of a lunatic like him. In all honesty, Mu Jin cannot really tell if helping the monks to grow would be more beneficial for him or whether making Shaolin stronger will help him to see the ending of this novel. But he does not really want to waste his time and efforts on training because of rude rascals. But he tells the hall leader that he has one condition if he really wants to test it out. Later that night, Mu-jin screams at the peacefully sleeping monks to wake up. The young monks think that it is time for training and they are late. Therefore, they hurry and run to the training grounds. But to their surprise, they see the lunatic monk standing in the middle of the training ground along with their instructors. Ha-young cleared his throat, saying the reason they have woken them up earlier than usual is because they will be adding some training to warm their body up before the dawn training. And additionally, Mu-jin will be overlooking their daily dawn training from now on. Mu-jin had expected such sneering responses from them. It is inevitable for tongues to wag if a peer who has a lousy reputation is suddenly put in charge of training. But now that he is in charge of this, he has no intention of letting them underestimate him anymore. Gathering all his strength, he turns on his instructor mode and shouts at them to be quiet. Even Baeob Gang was stunned to see him in a different light. Mu-jin yells at them that he will be teaching the training methods of his family during the dawn training from today onwards. This catches the attention of the new monks, and they were indeed surprised by his sudden change of demeanor. Even Ha-young couldn't help but smile proudly. There was something different in those boys' eyes. However, some of the new monks were still stubborn to submit. Therefore, they began to laugh at him. Mu-jin was filled with fury and questions if they're laughing. He's nearly saying he would love to see if they can still laugh after today's training. This makes them shut up and quiver like fools. Mu-jin demands those who have problems with him being the instructor and think they are better than him step forward. He vows to give up on being an instructor and train with all of them if they are able to overwhelm him for even an instant in the sparring that they do. 4 fools step up for the challenge. They all came at him together, but not even one was able to defeat him. Mu-jin turns to the other monks and coldly asks them to step forward if anyone else wants to try. But silence spread like an infection. Not a single monk dared move. The same boys who once laughed at him were now staring at the ground, suddenly very interested in the patterns on the floor. Mu-jin grits his teeth in fury, saying that he is a man of his word and will lead the training from now on. He tells them not to forget to address him as the instructor during dawn training. He then yells at everyone to get down on the ground. Mu-jin says he will double the sand pouches for those whose stomach touches the ground. It makes them bend their arms and raise their body and do push-ups. Seeing Mu-jin at work, Baeob Gang wonders if he has thought of others back home before. Mu-jin's training method was proceeding smoothly, but he would not be managing all 70 of the new monks himself. And so, he had asked Mu-kyung, Mu-gung, and Mu-yul for help since they had already learned from him before. They would act as assistants for the trainings that they had learned so far, and so they were able to control the young monks and educate them. Mu-jin thinks that Mu-kyung will gain confidence as he reaches his own peers. Though being a Buddhist was off, Gang, who was more alive than a soldier, was able to learn the perfect training for himself through Mu-jin. He stares at the children who were fooling around before and is satisfied at how they are being tamed. The effects of training appeared quickly within the young monks. It could be because they're young, but there was an obvious improvement in their stamina and body physique. As for the older monks, who felt a little uneasy and unsure about Morgan's instructor mode, they now begin to trust Mu-jin. Mu-jin becomes excited as the things he had ordered for training the younger monks had finally arrived. The equipment included an iron shelf, an iron bar, and weights. Apart from the iron bar, the rest was made of wood, so it seemed a little unsettling to him, but he guesses it should probably be fine since it is still pretty light. He has decided to put all this to good use along with the sand pouches. The truth is, even with the 3 musketeers helping him out, there is a limit to how much they could teach more than 70 young monks. Mu-jin also did not have enough time for his own training. That was why he made a request for this custom-made set. He smiles gleefully, unable to believe he can do these exercises in the morn. His chest and gluteus muscles were twitching in excitement at working out. In the blink of an eye, 4 months passed by. Through consistent training, Mu-jin was able to improve to the next level. In fact, it's multiple levels ahead. The bar and the wooden weights he would lift were around 90 kg. He was able to lift weights beyond his body weight at just the age of 13 and was getting stronger quickly. He felt a great sense of satisfaction every day. He lived a satisfying life by managing a big number of young monks and also trained diligently personally. He continued this life of his consistently. Autumn and winter went by, then the white snow melted and plants began sprouting again. Afterwards, 20 young monks left the Shaolin Temple. They were the people who failed to learn martial arts within a year. The instructors were quite happy that less than 1/3 of the monks compared to the past. The hall leader laughs happily, saying it is all thanks to Mu Jin. At this point, it would be foolish for anyone to refuse to acknowledge the boy's training methods. In fact, Hyun Sun went beyond acknowledging Mu Jin and is now a great supporter of him. Since he has seen great results from his training methods, there was hope in getting that exercise equipment in bulk. But even the great Shaolin Temple is limited in terms of budget when it comes to getting expensive items. Fortunately, it was not a totally hopeless case. Hyun Sung mumbled how he thought he had forgotten his greed for things in life after practicing Buddhism for around 50 years. Yet here he was, praying not for enlightenment but for bulk discounts. The official admission test is the last test of the new monks. It is used to choose the disciples that will be directly under the Shaolin Temple. If Mu Jin's training methods are proven with that test, then it will not be just a dream for the Arhat Hall to purchase all that training equipment. Half a year passed by. Mu Jin, who was in a growth spurt, had grown about 10 centimeters taller than a year ago. He was able to do a total of 400 kg across the 3 major exercises, with 12 sets as the standard. Although some might say that it is slow growth because a year and 9 months have passed, yet it is only 400 kg. However, you must know that Mu Jin isn't a physical trainer but a martial artist. If he grows his muscles too much, it would actually get in the way of doing certain movements in martial arts. That is why he only grew his muscles to the perfect size for martial arts, just to the level of celebrities being called, they have the perfect body on TV. Thanks to that, instead of becoming the body of trainer Choi Kang Hyuk, Mu Jin's body was slowly developing and transforming his muscles into the muscles of a martial artist. As Mu Jin continued his training consistently and passionately, Hyun Sung left the Arhat Hall and transferred to another place. He met with Shaolin Temple's abbot, Hyun Chun, and discussed the official admission tests that will be taking place 5 days from now. He guarantees Hyun Chun that the results of the official admission test will be unlike any before. Hyun Chun smiled, saying he will look forward to it. Time passed until the official admission test came. All the high-ranking monks from different places in the Shaolin Temple gathered in the Arhat Hall. Actually, there are not usually this many people gathered for the official admission test. But thanks to Mu Jin, there were a total of 49 new monks that made it to the official admission test. Excluding the outer sect disciples, there were a total of 42 new monks. That means they're all gathered here to witness this astonishing result. Of course, there were also some doubts. The Shaolin's outer court leader, Hai Gul, was also excited to see it. It is because Hyun Sung personally came to him yesterday and told him that this time's new monks were truly exceptional. He shows the instructor the new monks. The instructor was shocked to see how their bodies looked like they are at least second-class disciples. That was indeed the reason for monk Hyun Sung's confidence. The test soon commences. Mu Jin was excited as ever and led the young monks to the challenge, suggesting they all should have some fun. The test to join the Shaolin Temple officially is simple. The one who is taking the test will fight a second-class disciple. The instructor candidates of each hall that help to oversee the test will choose who shall become a third-class disciple in their hall. The second-class disciple will not fight at their full strength so that the one attempting the test can display his skills. Hyun Chun chuckles as he witnesses the immense strength of the young monks, realizing finally why Hyun Sung was so hyped earlier. It was soon Mu Yul's turn. Mu Jin reminds him to have as much fun as he can. Mu Yul agrees and makes his way to the battleground. The second-class disciple was shocked to see the boy has already mastered the 10th and 13th techniques of the chain punch. With this, he got an idea of how much martial arts he has learned. To his utter shock, the new monk was moving so nimbly. Even the bystanders were shocked to see the young monk. Hai Gul observes how Mu Yul's movements were quite flexible. His instincts were close to an animal's, and his body was also moving like one. He smiles and tells Bayab Hyun to take a good look at the monk. He declares that this child will become their disciple. He is certain that the child will be able to perfectly master their shawl in 5 punches. The match finally ends. Mu Jin is aware that the crazy flexibility of Mu Yul is definitely his talent. He was thinking about how he could bring out its full potential. For Mu Yul, who could not do anything because he was confused by the acupoints and flow. He had only focused on practicing the steps of the martial arts and how they were linked to each other without understanding the flow. So Mu Jin made sure the movements of the martial art and the flow of inner energy were engraved into his body through practice. If Mu Yul cannot understand it, then he just needs to make it easy for him to memorize it with his body. Hyun Chun was shocked and turned to the hall leader, asking how on earth he trained them to be this good. He cracks a joke, asking if he gave them the lesser revitalization pill without him knowing or something. Hyun Sung laughs, saying it is still too early to be surprised. It was now Mu Gung's turn to take the test. Mu Gung was pretty anxious about it. The hall buzzed, half in awe, half in disbelief, at the sight of the boy's giant frame. The second-class disciple opposite him looked like a farmer facing down a rampaging ox. Mu Gung has been training for 2 years for this moment, enduring all those harsh training sessions, and so he was determined not to lose. So when the test commences, he charges at the second-last disciple like a raging beast. Mu Jin is aware that in return for having a lot of strength due to his large body, his body is not very flexible. That is why he came up with the training schedule that focused on achieving a certain level of flexibility before training the boy's strength. Therefore, Mu Jin is confident that the current Mu Gung is a tank that can also be a damaged dealer. On the other hand, the second-last disciple administering his test was going through hell. He knows this is just the admission test, but if he does not use any inner energy without dealing with such power, he might just die if he gets hit. He decides to increase his inner energy. Despite that, he was having trouble keeping up with him. The instructors were also stunned, thinking, Mu Gung is the only one among the new monks to fight on par with a second-class discipline so far. It was at this moment that the successor of unmovable, invincible body art and divine palm strikes, Hai Dam, made his way forth. He seemed pretty satisfied by the ongoing fight. He says he can clearly see how hard the young monk worked to minimize any unnecessary movements. He says that with that attitude of his, Mu Gung might be able to walk down the right teachings of Shaolin. Mu Gung becomes excited as he sees everyone looking at him. He decides to look even better and stronger and flashier. That's when the second-class disciple's foot planted itself in his chest, sending him sprawling. The hall went silent. Somewhere, a cricket mocked him. Hai Dam's demeanor instantly changes, and his disappointment is evident when he says that the new monk needs some proper education. He decides to take him in and teach him personally. It was now Mu Kyung's turn. Although he has not fully overcome his past traumas yet, he needs to keep practicing to suppress the insanity within him so that he will not become the blood monk. Mu Jin knows that he is more dangerous than Mu Gung and Mu Yul. The boy keeps connecting different martial arts endlessly, making the second-to-last disciple astounded. It's like the boy has learned everything and is a true genius. Even Mu Jin, I was impressed by his moves. Things are progressing smoothly, except he was a little nervous at first. It has been a while since the fight started, and Mu Kyung has gotten really excited. Mu Jin just hopes he does not go crazy here. One of the leaders senses something sinister and stops the fight immediately. But Mu Kyung was too hyped up and did not stop. He feels really, really good and he continues fighting. Mu Jin notices the expression on his face and realizes that insanity has taken over him. His every strike screamed murder. The hall trembled. On the roof, a man lounged, watching with drunken amusement. He had judged each candidate, but Mu Kyung was delicious chaos. He claimed him in his mind before the boy even finished his rampage. Before Mu Kyung could land a killing blow, the drunken man vaulted into the fight, swaying like a reed in the wind. It was monk Hai Guan. Hai Dam was furious, and reprimands him for daring to drink liquor within the temple. He threatens to put him in the repentance cavern once again, but Hai Guan throws the bottle at him, making Hai Dam realize that it was just water. Hai Guan ignores him and addresses everyone present observing the test. He apologizes for interrupting abruptly, but declares his intentions to take this child under him. The other instructors did not dare to interject. They all were in agreement that Mu Kyung indeed has exceptional abilities. But based on the insanity he has shown, think that monk Hai Guan is the best person to deal with him. Hai Guan is also the leader of the demon extermination squad. They are the only ones within the Shaolin Temple that are excluded from the law of no killing and thus walked the path of the Asuras. It is a place where people gather to feel terrible and evil beings that are impossible to guide in order to protect the world. Hyung Chun also believes that this might be better for everyone. If that child learns under the monk who fights against demons, then he might be able to help control that insanity within Mu Kyung. Mu Kyung finally returns to reality and realizes what he did. He screams in shock, making Hai Guan laugh out loud. He continues laughing, remarking that it looks like he has taken in someone who is even crazier than he is. After announcing he'd taken Mu Kyung as he laughed boisterously, he jumped over the wall as if to say he wasn't interested in the rest of the test. Although there was some temporal confusion over what happened with Mu Kyung and Hai Guan, everyone soon gained back their composure and continued the admission test. That is, except for one person who is the second-class disciple that held the test throughout. He looked like a war veteran who had aged 10 years in a few hours. He had fought a slippery beast, a human mountain, and a psycho possessed by demons. What next? Next was Mu Jin. The second-class disciple stares at the boy, wondering if he is also the kind with the good physique and strength. He concludes that the boy does not look very special on the outside. Maybe this one won't try to kill me, he thought, foolishly. Hyun Sung points to Mujin and tells Hyun Chun that he is the strongest young monk around here. Hyun Chun questions why he is so confident in him. The call leader replies that Mu Jin is the one who will help Shaolin advance forward. Mu Jin has undergone some pretty brutal training for the past year. To Bayob Gang's surprise, he had even mastered the enlightenment cultivation technique. But he was looking forward to a way to accumulate energy even when he is breathing or sleeping. Bayob Gang then told him about the Iron Guard, but the boy did not seem much impressed, saying that this is just a third-rate martial art that mountain bandits learn. Bayob Gang explained that the Iron Guard was originally one of the famous basic martial arts of the Shaolin Temple. It means one's body could defend against techniques or weapons that are metal, but it certainly started to be used less. It is because it is not of much help with fighting martial masters that have achieved a high level of martial arts. That is because it is unable to defend against the sword aura and enhanced energy that the martial masters use. The outside thinks that the Iron Guard suddenly protects one's skin against external impact and trains one's skin to be as hard as iron. But that is only when you have not mastered it. The true Iron Guard also absorbs energy using their skin. Mu Jin was truly taken aback when he heard this. Bayob Gang further elaborated that the Iron Guard that exists in the outside world was taught by those who left Shaolin after being unable to master the true Iron Guard. Mu Jin concludes that if he succeeds at learning the true Iron Guard, he would be able to absorb energy at all times, even when he eats or sleeps. And if we also train in the energy accumulation training, that effect could multiply in folds. Bayob Gang furthers adds on that the original effect of the Iron Guard is to absorb energy into their skin and strengthen it. The absorbed energy can only make their skin tougher. At first, Mu Jin thinks it is useless. But he then realizes that combining the Iron Guard, the basic martial art of the Shaolin Temple, along with the modern physical training he has learned, can be put to good use. Mu Jin was indeed a genius when it came to learning martial arts quickly. In order to become a third-class disciple, one must learn at least 70 for each of the 3 basic martial arts of the Shaolin Temple within 1 year. He has already completely mastered all 3 basic martial arts. That means the level of his basic martial arts is higher than an official disciple in the Shaolin Temple. But since he learned martial arts much faster than others, the limiting factor was that he could not learn anything more. While he was able to compensate where he lacked with the physical training he has had, somehow he needed an original martial art that was exclusive to just him to prepare for what is coming ahead. Bayob Gang smiled as he saw him planning something quietly. It seems he has already thought of something, and so the others watched the boys exercise in weird ways once again. Mu Jin spent a lot of time hitting himself in different parts of the body, trying to make his skin used to the impact. He thought he might be able to find out how he can use the energy that he absorbed for something he can use freely. Now, standing in the arena, Mu Jin was ready to unveil his masterpiece, a martial art stitched from Shaolin tradition, modern training, and his own genius. Sometime before, Baeobjin brings an older monk on his back since he wanted to see this year's admission test. The old man was being apologetic, but Baeobjin assured him it's fine. They began to watch Mu Jin's test. The old monk was surprised to see Mu Jin's skill. He observes how the boy has a perfect sense of balance even though he is so young. Plus, the energy radiating from him was on an advanced level. The second-class disciple who was fighting against the boy was shocked to see him coming at him with an explosive charge. Mu Jin gathered strength in his lower body by combining the principles of 9 regal kicks and a swift whirlwind sweep. He then uses the 6th technique of the Guanyin strikes principle to strengthen the core of his body to amplify its power. Lastly, he used the 1st technique of the chain punch principle to give another boost to his shoulder. The combination of various martial arts principles he had practiced was called hybrid martial arts. He then excitedly decides to use the 2nd technique. On the other hand, the second-to-last disciple was quivering in pain. He could not believe how much of an impact got through, even though he used 10 years of energy to block it. To his shock, the second attack was coming, even though he had no time to administer the first one. He tries to dodge the attack, but it was a trick. They continued to clash while the second-class disciple remained stunned. He doesn't think he can reserve any energy while fighting this boy. The old monk was truly appalled, unable to believe the boy is able to exert so much power with the little energy he has. He was simultaneously using punch, palm strike, kick, finger strike, punch, and strides. It is a fact that kick and strike techniques are just basic Shaolin martial arts that use one's leg, like the swift whirlwind sweep and 9 regal kicks. But on top of that, the boy was only using basic martial arts, yet he was overwhelming his opponent. And instead of learning the next step, he has created something totally new by combining what he has learned. It was without doubt the path of a grandmaster, the path that he walked. The old man directs Baeobjin to move closer to the training ground. Meanwhile, Mu Jin was having the time of his life. He has been training his body and his martial arts continuously for close to 2 years, but he never had an opportunity to use his strength properly during these past 2 years. Right now, being able to use his full strength without worrying about injuring his opponent seemed like true sparring to him. The nervousness that comes with fighting someone strong and the exhilaration of fighting with everything one has, it was awesome. In this sensation that feels like the world is moving slowly, Mu Jin's eyes could only see his opponent. But he is taken aback as he sees the opponent stepping back. Mu Jin's attention diverts as he hears noise behind him. He looks back and finally figures out why the second-class disciples suddenly quit. Everyone's eyes were on the old monk. Mu Jin was shocked, wondering why everyone has split up like the Red Sea for this person. Even the hall leader and Hyung Chun were truly stunned to see the Grandmaster Hyun Guang. They instantly jumped down, paying their utmost respect to the Grandmaster. Everyone began to chant his name with respect, making Mu Jin alert. He wondered who he was that seemed so influential that everyone paid their respect without any hesitation. The Grandmaster apologizes to Hyung Chun for disrupting the admission test. He begins to explain that he stepped forward because he has a question for this child. He asks Mu Jin to lower his robe, making him confused. Mu Jin was still not satisfied with his body yet, but he knew there was nothing to be embarrassed of. As he follows the order, everyone's eyes instantly turn toward him. It was the perfect body with the best body balance and muscles to learn exceptional martial arts. The Grand Master points out that he combines 6 basic martial arts as one in the fight earlier. He asked if the reason he trained his body was for the sake of using that martial art. Mu Jin, I was taken aback, wondering how the old monk realized that. Even the instructors were shocked, as the boy had used the same style of martial arts as the Grandmaster. Mu Jin scratches his head awkwardly, saying he is not that smart. That is why, instead of learning many martial arts and making it complicated, he tried to combine the martial arts that suit him the best and focused on them. That is the solution that he came up with after thinking for a year. It is because he is not the original protagonist of the novel. He wasn't confident that he could learn advanced martial arts like Mu Kyung, who was extremely smart. This is why he thought of the hybrid martial arts, which combines basic martial arts. While this is a really effective method, it will require one to move their energy around throughout their body at the perfect proportion so they can use their energy properly. And if various martial arts are used in combination, then their energies would be amplified, and it would be hard for their body to bear the pressure. So, Mu Jin trained his body to be able to withstand the power of the amplified energies. That meant as long as he has a strong body, then he would not have to think as hard over it. The Grandmaster observes him a bit more and says he must have also learned the Iron Guard. Mu Jin was truly surprised that the old monk was able to tell about this too. Her Grandmaster continues speaking about using her body trained to deep stream and the power of his skin to control the excessive power flow, which makes it seem that he has created his very own martial arts. Mu Jin couldn't believe that someone had figured him out this quickly, and he wondered just who the hell this old man was. The Grandmaster then tells Hyung Chun that he wants Mu Jin to be Baeobjin's disciple. This shocks the abbot, as this meant raising Mu Jin himself. Later in the hall leader's room, Mu Jin ponders deeply. He wonders if that old man was really that powerful despite having a damaged body. Just based on his outer appearance, his body is far from the usual Shaolin monk's body. Plus, he had never heard of his name in the author's novels. He gets cut off from his thoughts as Hyung Chun enters the room. He asks Mu Jin if he has heard who Grandmaster Hyun Guang is. Mu Jin answers that he has not heard of him. The man says the reason he asked him to come here is not just because he has questions for him, but because there are some things that he needs to know as well. Hyun Chun started spilling lore like he just unlocked the Grandmaster backstory DLC. Turns out, Hyun Guang wasn't just that guy, he was the guy. Back in the day, the dude was basically the Giga Chad of martial arts. Imagine the world's most shredded monk, protein shaking his way into enlightenment. At 32, he had already hit a power level that made his seniors look like background NPCs. The Shaolin Temple back then was all, bro's gonna be the next main character in 10 years. Mu Jin questions how his body became so damaged. Hyun Chun replies that the reason it became like this is because of the invasion of the demonic cult. Mu Jin's eyes widened in utter shock as he wasn't expecting such a response. Hyun Chun elaborates that during the time when he was a second-class disciple, the demonic cult invaded the peaceful Central Plains, like that one toxic ex who just wants to talk. Since one of their values was to protect lives, they also fought in order to stop them. But wars are places where no one knows what accidents will happen. Apparently, the older monks had stopped Hyun Guang from participating in the war because he was tasked to lead Shaolin's future generation of monks. In return, their seniors that were Kong and Jiam needed to participate in the war, but that decision might have been the start of a certain mystery. The demonic cult sent a special task force to attack the Shaolin Temple. While their main force was out, all that remained in the Shaolin Temple was Hyun Guang along with the younger second-class and third-class disciples. Hyun Guang had already become one of the top 10 martial masters by then. Because of that, the special task force of the demonic cult could not hurt him at all. But for the second-class and the other third-class disciples that were in the Shaolin Temple, they were not strong enough to fight the cult yet. But the demonic cult gathered the audacity to invade the palace where those younger disciples were. But before they could be attacked, Hyun Guang protected them and fought the demonic cult single-handedly. In the end, because he kept throwing himself in harm's way to save the younger disciples, the severe wounds he incurred kept growing in number. Hyun Chun's face turns sullen as he remembers the tragic set of events from the past. He knows things would have been different now if Hyun Guang had remained safe and had not tried to save them. Mu Jin's face lights up as she hears the reason for Hyun Guang's condition and suggests that they just give him treatment for it. Hyun Chun remains flabbergasted as he hears this, asking if it is really possible. He says that not even the Great Revitalization Pill or the Divine Physician was able to help him. Mu Jin explains that it would be impossible for him to recover his inner energy. Secondly, it would also be impossible to fully cure him to the extent of his former body state. However, he might be able to help the Grandmaster to walk independently again. He reveals how he helped Monk Baeobjin with his knee condition. The Arhat Hall leader, who had been quietly eavesdropping like a noisy auntie, makes his presence known. He then questions if Hyun Gwang can really get better. At Hyun Chun's question, Hyun Sung started to tell him the events that had happened for the past 2 years, the process of Baeob Gang's knees recovering, and how Mu Jun greatly improved the standards of the new monks with his training methods. Hyun Chun was truly stunned to hear all of it. Mu Jin clarifies that Hyun Gwang's current body condition is far worse than Baeob Gang's, so it would be impossible to achieve better results with just that training method. Thus, several requirements are needed. Hyun Chun interjects, rather in an overdramatic manner, saying he is willing to fulfill any requirement whatsoever. It is a fact that all martial artists in the world want to develop their physique, and so various martial groups or clans would look for ways to develop their physique in the way they desire. For generations, they would use basic techniques like using acupuncture, tonic medicine, unknown sorceries, or even reckless and horrifying things like posting methods to change the physique of a young child whose body is not completely set in place yet. Shaolin has done countless trials and errors to treat Hyun Gwang, but no one succeeded and even worsened his body condition as his body was given stress and extreme side effects appeared. But Mu Jin's methods were different. It required time and effort to transform one's physique stability. When one looks at the participants of the admission test, no one could deny the efficiency of his methods. And since Hyun Chun has seen the results of it with his own eyes, he was sure that this child could really help the Grandmaster to recover. He was adamant about doing whatever he could and whatever Mu Jin asked. He would even gladly give up an arm, but what Mu Jin needed was quite different from what he was thinking. He questions the other 2 authorities if the Shaolin has martial arts that control lightning energy and extreme yang physique, taking them aback. A short while later, Hyun Chun summons disciple court leader Hyun Gong and Hai Dam, the successor of Invincible Body Art. He is the one who took Mu Gung in. As for the disciple court leader, Mu Jin recognizes him as the senior monk who helped train Baeob Gang. They were also determined to help Hyun Gwang no matter what. Mu Jin flexes his muscles and asks them to use the lightning divine palm strike and control it so that it's at its weakest while using it on his arm. The disciple court leader, Hyun Gong, finds his request crazy. He had thought the boy was going to ask him to do something like burning away the waste that was blocking the blood vessels. Mu Jin questions if it is impossible. He says he is just talking about inserting a faint amount of lightning energy into the arm. Hyun Gong decides to give it a try, but despite inserting a weaker version, Mu Jin could feel intense waves of lightning shocks in his body. He questions if the court leader plans to burn Hyun Gwang alive. Hyun Gong hadn't expected to have used so much power. Mu Jin discloses that the Grandmaster's body won't be able to endure such a strong current and tells him to reduce that to less than half of what he just did. Mu Jin knew that for Hyun Gwang's treatment, physical therapy equipment would be required, but equipment similar to it does not exist in this worldview. Plus, the treatment went well for Baeob Gang because he is young, but the situation is different for the Grandmaster since he has grown old and weak. Therefore, the new method that Mu Jin thought of was very simple. Finally, Hyun Gong manages to produce the weakest version of the lightning divine palm strike. Electrical muscle stimulation equipment can be easily found in a physical therapy clinic in the modern age. But with the lightning divine palm strike, Mu Jin plans to replicate it in order to help Hyun Gwang. Mu Jin explains to Hyun Gong that his task is to send electricity into the muscles. When a small amount of electricity is sent into the muscles, it can accelerate the metabolism of the muscles and circulation of blood. It can also increase the size of muscle fibers through repeated muscle contractions. Basically, it was Shaolin's version of no pain, no gain, except this one came with a side of potential cremation. The disciplined court leader, Hyun Gong, looked horrified at the concept, as if he had just been told to plug a USB into the Buddha statue. The idea that muscle gains could come from lightning sounded more like blasphemy than biology. Still, the man was willing to give it a try, if only to see what kind of chaos would unfold. He asks how long it takes to see the effects of such a treatment. Mu Jin explained the concept with the seriousness of a doctor and the confidence of someone who once watched 3 YouTube tutorials at 3 a.m. He He estimated that the results might begin to show after a month, assuming no one got electrocuted to death in the process. Next, he turns to Hai Dam. He asks him to use the extreme yang energy on him. But as soon as he does, Mu Jin wails in pain from the hotness of the strike. He tells him that he cannot do it like that. Mu Jin tells him not to place his hand on him directly and make the strike far weaker. He just needs to use the extreme yang energy and place his palm near the target area, just like how the sun is in the sky. They were finally able to produce the perfect level of heat. It has been decided that the disciplined court leader will take on the role of electrical stimulation treatment, and Hai Dam will take on the role of devices known as shortwave diathermy for about 15 minutes. Mu Jin elaborates that just the effects of the heat from the heat energy touching the skin would relieve fatigue from the muscles and accelerate blood circulation. Plus, sunlight would also detoxify the muscles and joints on the skin. This is why if a hot light, which is similar to a sun, is focused onto the treatment area, it will help greatly. Hai Dam coldly warns that they should approach this with caution, as it is the Grandmaster they're dealing with. Mu Jin knew he was correct, but he is an expert on this and is trying to sincerely help them. In his previous life as a personal trainer, he had not only obtained the recognized physical therapist license in Korea, but also obtained the license for rehabilitation massage. He also researched various exercises like yoga or weight training and learned about nutrition eventually. The reason he studied so much was because he wanted to know the correct knowledge to properly treat his damaged body from the past. As a result of his hard work, not only was he able to properly rehabilitate his body, but it also helped strengthen his body greatly. He can still remember how he studied night classes in technical colleges for those licenses, personal training, food and nutrition, yoga, Pilates, rehabilitation techniques, and even expert knowledge on physical therapy. Now, standing before the broken Grandmaster, Mu Jin was the only one insane enough to look at the wreckage and think, "Yeah, I can fix that." The others didn't know whether to admire his courage or plan his funeral. But they all understood one thing: nothing else had ever worked. Every treatment they'd tried had only made the Grandmaster's condition worse. So if this unhinged, lightning-obsessed child wanted to try something new, then so be it. And so they decide to follow his instructions for 1 month. But if there is no difference in 1 month's time, they will make sure he pays the price for ridiculing his elders. Despite the risk, Mu Jin agrees. He then grins, saying they will need to first increase the accuracy of the lightning, divine palm strike, and extreme yang energy then. Hai Dam could tell his knowledge is not unreliable, and he's starting to think that what he said might be the truth. 2 hours passed by, and they called it a night. After Mu Jin's departure, the three began to discuss the effectiveness of the technique. They talk about how they have never imagined using the lightning divine palm strike and the rulai strike in this manner. The martial arts that one uses would also influence their personalities. People who use ice arts that are filled with yin energy would have a cold personality and look cold. Those that use extreme yang energy or fire energy would have a fiery personality or look passionate. Martial arts of the Shaolin used the yang energy, which possesses the power to exterminate demons. You can only be very skilled at using that energy if you are able to control fire and metal energy skillfully. But metal energy needs to be used to suppress the fire energy. To make things simple, one must have metal-like, solid patience to forcefully suppress the surging inner fire for harmony to take place. But the treatment method suggested by Mu Jin is for them to change martial arts that give their huge bursts of strong energy into continuous weak energy to bring about peace. Hai Dam sighs, saying that it would destroy a place really quick if skilled monks like them used martial arts. That is why they always used scriptures to suppress them. He is surprised that they can use inner energy in such a way to advance patience. He says he is thinking of continuing his training even after going back to his bedroom. Hyun Gong agrees, saying he will do that too. Once they get a better idea of this, they could teach the other monks this training method as well. That was the first step to the electrical stimulating device and diathermy that would be made in the Shaolin Temple. The next day, the three, along with Mu Jin, gather outside Hyun Guang's Penta Pavilion. They meet Baeobjin and reveal that they have some business with Grandmaster Hyun Guang. They reveal how Mu Jin might be able to help repair the Grandmaster's body to a certain extent. Hyun Chun told Hyun Gwang and Baeob Jin about what has happened in the Arhat Hall and the different things Mu Jin has done so far. After doing a closer assessment of Hyun Gwang's body, Mu Jin becomes nervous as this looks way worse. He wonders just how long people have carried him around for. His calves had almost no muscle, and the little muscle he does have is in really bad condition. He begins to touch his muscles and suggests the Grandmaster freely make noises if he feels pain. Mu Jin tries his best to control his frustration, but he could not stop wondering if this is the hobby of Shaolin monks to harm their own bodies. He wonders why they do not express their pain at all. After a while, he begins the treatment. He uses a warm and wet towel to warm up his body. He then applied acute pressure to release the pain in his body and begin the treatment. Mu Jin is aware that the start of the treatment would be stretching. Specifically, the Grandmaster's legs and ankles would be moved to slowly stretch his muscles that were contracted. Once his body was warmed up, further manual therapy would be used. The Grandmaster's body is so frail that it would break apart if the force were too strong by even a little. It is as if his body is pottery that is on the brink of shattering. Therefore, very meticulous control over strength is required for the treatment, and a large amount of mental fortitude would be consumed. But Mu Jin never showed any sign of having a hard time or being tired at all. He maintained full focus for 2 hours. Everyone that was there could not help but be surprised by the resolute look that the boy had. Mu Jin's eyes were wide open, focused only on the treatment, and had no signs of wavering at all. But for some unknown reason, there was desperation in his eyes. It is because the Grandmaster reminded him of his own grandfather. Hyun Gwang takes note of the sullen expression on Mu Jin's face. This makes him wonder just what kind of anguish does a young monk carry for him to make such a sad face. After some time, Mu Jin takes a deep breath and concludes the treatment session for today. He says this is where his part ends and the other monk's part begins. Hyun Dam and Hyun Gong approach Hyun Gwang with determination and begin to provide treatment. Things went accordingly as they practiced last night, so the death Hermie and electrical stimulation treatments were completed safely. As soon as the treatment ended, Mu Jin, who became Baeob Jin's disciple, moved his belongings from the Arhat Hall into Hyun Gwang's pavilion. Just when he thought he had successfully escaped from sweat-smelling bald monks, but he is now still sleeping with others in the same room. But he guesses it cannot be helped since he needs to look after the Grandmaster. But he still couldn't help but feel disappointed, as he had hoped to get a room to himself. He then begins to ponder how bad the Grandmaster's condition is. He couldn't believe the man had lived with the damaged body for such a long time. He smiles as it reminds him of the past of his grandfather, whom he misses very much. He remembers how he used to massage his grandfather when he was a small boy. He had a really close bond with his grandfather till the day he died. He cried a lot at his funeral, feeling that all he could do for him was support him, help him walk around, and give him lame massages. He felt deep regret for not doing more for him, making him feel powerless in that moment. So later, when it came time to choose a university, he apologetically told his grandmother he has got something else he wants to do. That is to join the Special Forces. He managed to pass the civil service examination and get a stable job. He promised to take care of his grandmother from then on. But he was so busy with his training that it became difficult to spend time with her. He was so indulged in the idea of protecting her that he couldn't really value the time they had together. And so, misfortunes had a way of appearing abruptly without warning. Despite her death, he was allowed only 3 days of leave. He was ordered to quickly return to the camp as soon as possible since he was given a top-secret mission. That was an eye-opener for him. He worked so hard this whole time, but the result of that was him losing every family member he had. He regrets not treating his grandparents better. He was so busy in his own thoughts while on the mission that he tripped and lost his balance, ending up falling off a cliff. In his subconscious, he meets his grandparents once again. With his body quivering, he questions his grandfather if he is feeling better, promising to give him a better massage than before. But his grandfather softly caresses his hair, saying that his hands are magically healing. He apologizes, saying he is unable to rest because of him. This makes him cry even more. Hyun Gwang and Baeob Jin notice him trembling in his sleep while crying for his grandfather. Baeob Jin turns to the Grandmaster and asks what they should do. Hyun Guang looks at the boy in wonderment and suggests they leave him be for now. It seems that the boy feels like he owes someone a debt and now understands why he was trying so hard to help him. And so in the next treatment session, he casually recommends him to call him grandfather from now on and treat him as casually as he would with his own grandfather. This shocks not even Mu Jin but the other monks as well. Mu Jin becomes concerned, wondering, what is this old man suddenly saying? But he decides to do whatever he says, considering he is of a higher position. He tries calling him grandfather, but this angers the other monks, and they accuse him of being rude to the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster chuckles, assuring the others that it is fine. He smiled, saying it is nice to be in a boisterous atmosphere as it has been such a long while. Mu Jin remains stunned as he sees a flicker of resemblance of his grandfather in him. This makes him smile in content, and he then focuses back on the treatment. He was a little flustered initially because he was told to call the Grandmaster grandfather, but because of it, a warm feeling welled up within his heart. The scene shifts to Hyun Chun and Hyun Sung telling Mu Jin to cut his long hair, telling him not to worry about the treatment as they already know what to do. Mu Jin smiles through his pain, knowing he is doomed. Later, he searches through the history of Buddhism and everything else to find some kind of excuse to avoid cutting his hair. But there is nothing here that would help him keep his hair, which makes him even more anxious. It had taken him way too long to grow this much hair, and now they want him to cut it. He had previously asked Hyun Chun why monks have to cut their hair that short. The monk had responded that they cut their hair, which represents them cutting their ties to worldly desires. Every time they cut their hair, it reminds them of their decision to become monks. That is what the founder of the Shaolin Temple, Buddha, did. He proudly says it is the basic cultivation that a true practitioner of Buddhism ought to go through to rid themselves of agony and things associated with worldly desires. But Mu Jin curses this old-fashioned teaching. After all, he had not joined the Shaolin Temple because he wanted to. He read the novel and fell asleep, and when he woke up, he was already here. Suddenly, something strikes his mind. He remembers that he was reading a novel, but as he thinks more about it, he wonders what he did back then for him to fall into this world. He remembers going to the hospital, then the gym, and turning on his stream. He then went home, spent time dazing away and reading Shaolin Chronicles, and then fell asleep. He remembers how the doctor had told him that he has telogen effluvium. It is a common type of hair loss that affects people after they experience severe stress or a change to their body. The doctor had told him to be extra careful so he does not become a baldy. Mu Jin begins to panic as he remembers what had happened. But amid his breakdown, he gets an idea. He remembers that he is in a different era, so they won't say anything with that hairstyle. He stresses that in this era, everything is good as long as they cut out their ties to the worldly desires. And so he set off to implement his idea. The next day he makes his way to the pavilion, shocking. The senior monks. They wonder why he had still not cut his hair. But Mu Jin says he has. He reminds them that they cut their hair because it reminds them of their decision to be a monk. So he thought of a better way to do that than just cutting his hair. He then reveals that he has engraved the swastika that represents Buddha in order to honor his will. He smiled, saying he came up with a great attitude. In reality, the people never came to know that this is a hipster thug hairstyle. Hyun Guang burst into laughter, saying it is an interesting idea. When Hyun Chun enters the room, he furiously questions his strange hairstyle. But he was not pleased. Like the Grandmaster, he asserts that their hair is known as the plant of agony and desires, which represents worldly desires. To cut away their hair means that they're truly committed to the path of Buddhism. Mu Jin feigns naivety, saying this is exactly why he cut his hair like this. He begins to explain that if they have to cut off their hair to cut off from the worldly desires, it does not mean it just has to be the head. He questions that they should not cut off every hair on their body, including eyebrows, mustache, and beard. This got the others thinking. Mu Jin continued, stating that if we look at the portrait of Buddha, then he only shaved off here at the top of his head. He had hair on the sides and back of his head, including eyebrows, a mustache, and a beard. He deduces that what is important is that they cut off ties to worldly desires. How they look does not matter that much. The others remain speechless as they wonder how true the boy's words were. Even though he did not shave his head completely, he shaved the side and back of his head, engraving the swastika. That hairstyle is indeed one the outside world would find ugly. And so in the end, Hyun-chun agrees too late to let him be, but tells him not to grow his hair more than this. The treatment for that day ended. The next day at dawn training, everyone was shocked to see his new hairstyle. Baeob gang couldn't believe Hyun-chun Hyde allowed such a ridiculous hairstyle. As soon as he who is in charge of discipline accepted it, the other monks around started to get excited. While everyone has decided on the path of Buddhism, they are still young. Therefore, there are some that are going through the rebellious phase, which is simply wanting to get some attention. To those children, the hairstyle that Mu Jin has is full of individuality, and it was strange enough to start to inspire and influence them. Mu Gung was also interested in asking him how he got the permission to do so. Mu Jin thinks that even if he tells Mu Gung how he did it, he doubts he can pull the excuse off. It was just like he had expected. The monks that were in charge of Mu Gung were not so compliant, and his plan fell apart easily, like paper would. But that does not diminish the fact that Mu Jin's hair would still bring great influence to the Shaolin, but that would take place in the distant future. Mu Jin continued with the treatment. The Grandmaster's body condition was in very bad shape, and every single part of it needed treatment. But to do that at the same time for every part of his body, that would cause the treatment to backfire and put a burden on his body. Therefore, Mu Jin went around the treatment like he was doing an exercise routine. He would give each region of the Grandmaster's body some time to recover after receiving treatment. One of the days he would treat the Grandmaster's calves to his feet. Another day it would be from his knees to his thighs, then his pelvis went back, and eventually his shoulders and arms. These were all naturally done simultaneously with Hyun Gong and Hyun Dam, electrical stimulation, and diathermy treatments. But Mu Jin's original role was not as a doctor, but as a third-class disciple of the Shaolin Temple. The scene shifts to Mu Jin seeking permission from the Grandmaster to go out for training. After all, apart from the treatments, he still had to visit the Arhat Hall every day. It feels like parents sending their son off to school. At the Arhat Hall, Mu Jin is told by the elder that they got an extra budget. This means they can get more exercise equipment as the budget was approved by the administration hall. And so they have acknowledged Mu Jin's exercising methods. Therefore, all the physical training taking place in the hall will be replaced by his exercising methods. Mu Jin is ecstatic that his techniques are finally being acknowledged openly. But he questions if this would also mean that he has to teach everyone in the hall. The leader chuckles and shakes his head, saying they cannot waste so much of his time. He tells him that he just needs to teach the second-class disciples how to use the equipment. He then passes the boy paper, telling him to write down the additional equipment and the details of it on these papers. Mu Jin replies affirmatively. With new equipment, he should be able to do even more kinds of modern exercises. A surge of excitement fills him. He then questions the leader if it is all right to also write down additional equipment that will be used in other places that are not the Arhat Hall. The leader questions which place he is referring to. Mu Jin says he is thinking of ordering equipment for Grandmaster to use. The leader questions if it isn't too much for him to do heavy exercises. Mu Jin explains that the equipment will not be what they're using and it will be specific for therapy usage. The exclusive Grandmaster exercise that he thought of was Pilates. In the modern world, it is usually known as an exercise that women used to keep their bodies in shape. But Pilates was originally an exercise created for war prisoners that lacked exercise or for injured soldiers' rehabilitation. That means it would be perfect for the current Grandmaster. The leader gives it a thought and says that if it is for the Grandmaster's training, then the administration hall will not reject the budget. And so Mu Jin writes down Pilates equipment. But then he becomes confused, wondering if it can be made in this era. Things like foam rollers, resistance bands, spine correctors, and reformers, most of the Pilates equipment is made from rubber, styrofoam, or plastic. But those materials cannot be found easily in this era, so he will need to find replacements. Mu Jin guesses they cannot make springs. For styrofoam and plastic, he will use iron for the frames and use thick leather to fill in the gaps. He started to think of materials of this era to use to build the equipment. He guesses the problem would be that the estimated material cost would be pretty expensive, but that is not his business though. 2 hours later, he finished his meeting with the leader. As soon as he leaves, he is surrounded by his friends suggesting that they eat now. Mu Jin sees Mu Gung as bald now and questions it. Mu Gung couldn't help but cry a river as he reveals that he feels a little suffocated under the monk he is training. He then questions Mu Yul's life. Mu Yul reveals his trainer, Hai Gull, wants to meet Mu Jin. On the other hand, Hai Gull was regretting bringing back a stupid monk. If he teaches Mal one thing, he will forget 2 things. He is a miracle child that would forget 10 things. If he teaches him 2 things, he knows this will not do. At this rate, the Shaolin 5 punch might not carry on to the next generation, but due to his kind smile, he was finding it difficult to be harsh with him. He asked Mu Yul. At one point, how did he learn martial arts when he just joined Shaolin? Mu Yul happily revealed that Mu Jin helped him. Haiyan Gull immediately recalls that he is talking about the child that Grandmaster took in previously. You couldn't believe that the boy was able to teach a stupid child to such an extent. He decides to meet him and ask his secret on doing it. And so, back in the present, Haiyan Gull approaches Mu Jin. He says he has some business with the Grandmaster and him, so he joins him back to his pavilion. Mu Jin becomes confused as he sees the monk staring at him. In a weird way, this makes him wonder if he did something wrong. Upon the Grandmaster's inquiry, Haiyan Gull reveals he needs to discuss something with Mu Jin. He whispers to the Grandmaster about how he is having a hard time teaching that child over there, but he heard that his disciple helped him greatly before, so he was hoping he could tell him how he did it. Haiyan Gull was shocked to see him address the Grandmaster as Grandpa, but he does not say anything. Grandmaster tells Mu Jin to show him how that child managed to officially join the Shaolin Temple, suggesting he duel with him. Mu Jin smiles, revealing that they dueled frequently when they were monks in training. He turns to Mu Yul and tells him he just needs to have fun and play. This shocks the other two as they wonder what on earth they meant. Though Haiyan Gull finds the phrase play and have fun odd, monks were supposed to meditate, not play tag with destiny. Yet he continues watching quietly, thinking he will learn something surely. The duel soon begins. Shaolin's 5-hand strikes is a martial art created by Dharma. He was said to have created it by taking references from 5 animals: dragon, tiger, leopard, snake, and crane. This is one of the main martial arts of the Shaolin Temple. Shaolin martial arts do possess a certain level of seriousness, as they are related to patience and penance. The Shaolin's 5-hand strikes, on the other hand, use energy in a random manner and advocate carefreeness. It was basically Shaolin's version of jazz, structured, but only barely. While this is more similar to Taoism than Buddhism, in a Buddhist group, when one completes their path of Buddhism, they will be free from all their anguish and obsessions. So this is not exactly off track. Even so, because this martial art is still vastly different from the other martial arts in Shaolin Temple, the Shaolin 5-punch legacy is being carried on, but just barely. Haiyan Gull is the only successor for the Shaolin 5-hand strikes and has a duty to protect its legacy. This is why he is impatient, as he wants to know if Mu Yul is really suited to use the Shaolin 5-hand strikes. Haiyan Guang understands this. Upon seeing the boy's weird mannerisms and behaviors along with his unique and never-before-seen movements, he is sure that Haiyan Gull thought, what if he chose the wrong disciple and caused the legacy of the Shaolin 5-hand strikes to cease to exist? The duel is over and the boys lock hands, saying it was nice to play after such a long while. The Grandmaster tells Haiyan Gull to take Mu Jin with him. He says it is natural for an elder to help his fellow monk to resolve his problem. But in return, he asks him to teach Mu Jin Shaolin's 5-hand strikes and whatever he teaches to Mu Yul. This surprises Haiyan Gull and Mu Jin both, while Mu Yul is excited to play with his friend. Haiyan Guang also tells Mu Jin not to forget that the true essence of things is more important than the outer appearance. The Grandmaster then takes his leave, while Mu Jin says he will be certain to bear that in mind. The next day, Mu Jin stepped into the training ground so he could learn the Shaolin's 5-hand strikes, along with Mu Yul, of course. Mu Yul comments that this is the first time only the two of them are training together after the muscle lengthening techniques. On the other hand, Haiyan Gull's thoughts were not holy. He suspected that somewhere, somehow, he had angered a deity, possibly by eating too many dumplings during fasting season, because now he was stuck teaching another idiot. And not just any idiot, one recommended by the Grandmaster himself. Mu Jin could understand how he must be feeling. After all, he was told to suddenly teach another student from the classroom beside his. But he guesses the Grandmaster must have his reasons for doing this, as he was a really strong monk at one point in time. Still, duty was duty, and Hyun Gul began his lecture. With all the enthusiasm of a man reading tax laws, he explained that the 5-hand strikes originated from Dharma, the same guy who apparently looked at animals and thought, "Yeah, that's combat inspiration." He tells them to listen carefully, as first he will teach them the simplest and easiest hand strike. It is the crane strike. He turns back to another monk, saying Bayab Hyun will demonstrate it. Bayab Hyun is also a practitioner of the Shaolin 5. He instructs Mu Jin to listen carefully so he can learn it well. It reveals that the strike starts with energy and breathing. After a set of hand movements, he produces some energy, shocking the boys. Mu Jin remains stunned, as it is definitely different from the other Shaolin martial arts. Maybe because the move was referenced from the movement of a crane, it feels like the whole body is very fluid. The instructor then commands them to try to follow his movements. Mu Yul tries to follow him, but that wooden puppet could only move like a robot. Hyun Gul and Bayab Hyun were so done with him that they could not say anything at all. Mu Jin could finally feel their pain, and as to why they had come all the way to the Grandmaster's pavilion, it wasn't just divine crisis, it was utter despair. He observes Mu Yul's awkward posture carefully. He takes note that the Shaolin 5 requires flexibility and elasticity. He knows that his friend is exceptional at controlling his body, but what is the problem here? He questions what is wrong, to which Mu Yul says that something feels weird. Mu Jin questions if he is talking about the posture of the crane punch. Mu Yul wonders a bit and says that it feels like moving feels awkward, or maybe it is stopping. His body feels awkward. Mu Jin was a bit surprised, as this means that the boy remembers the form, but why is he not able to continue seamlessly between the forms? Hyun Gul sighs. A slight sign of desperation, as he reveals to Mu Jin that this is why he looked for him yesterday. He heard that his disciple learned martial arts from him when they just joined the Shaolin temple. Mu Jin could not think of any easy way to resolve this and kept wondering what on earth could be the problem. But to begin with, why did the Grandmaster speak his tongue? Grandpa sent him here. It feels like he did it for a reason. He remembers once he was training late at night. The Grandmaster had warned him that if he tries to increase the prowess of his martial art here, there will come a point where his physical body will not be able to withstand it. He was talking about the current martial arts that Mu Jin is using, which are the hybrid martial arts. Instead of learning advanced martial arts, he combined the concepts of various basic martial arts. Although it carries the risk of putting too much burden on the body, as it amplifies the energy it loses and amplifies it again. Mu Jin has created a body that could withstand the flow of that powerful energy. But just as the Grandmaster had said, Mu Jin could run into physical limits that his body cannot withstand. After all, his method can only work up to a certain extent in this world. And so he knew what the Grandmaster said was a fact, and he does not want to become stagnant because of this. The Grandmaster gave it some thought and suggested he learn the invincible punch first. He elaborated, saying that the invincible punches, like the first barrage that you learned its roots from, come flying from the Invincible Sutra. It also contains the instructions to control powerful strength. He says it would be great for Mu Jin to pay more attention and understand the 3rd, 6th, and 8th moves of the Invincible Punch. In conclusion, he tells him to understand their true essence and learn them. He remembers what the Grandmaster told him the previous day, that true essence is more important than outer appearance. Mu Jin then begins to ponder over the true essence of the crane punch. It spreads its wings like a crane, a martial art that references the movements of a crane. It all suddenly starts making sense to him, and a certain idea strikes Mu Jin's mind. Somewhere deep in the cosmos, Dharma probably facepalmed. But for Mu Jin, it was enlightenment enough. He asks Mu Yul if he has ever seen a crane before. Mu Yul pauses and says he has never seen one before. Mu Jin remembers that the Shaolin five-hand techniques were said to be created by modeling after the forms of 5 animals. He thought it was strange how Mu Yul, who has monstrous flexibility, could not follow the moves. After hearing his response, Mu Jin began to understand what the problem was. He tries to explain to the senior monks that at its foundation, the crane strike takes reference from the movements of the crane. But Mu Yul has been trying to imitate the crane when he has no idea how a crane moves or what it even looks like. He elaborates further that the movements of an animal are said to be natural, but that is because it is natural for the form of those animals. But they are all just imitating that with the human body, and they have been training Mu Yul based on the moves thought in the manual so far. As if it were a nationwide emergency, he points to Mu Yul, saying that he will not work with him as his head is empty like a rock. They need to help him form the basic understanding and let him move as his body leads him to. The senior monks were a bit confused at first, but they were trying to grasp the concept Mu Jin was explaining to them. Mu Jin reveals that Mu Yul is not able to learn through forms or manuals that copy a crane. However, he will be able to copy the movements of a crane by himself. Hearing this, Hyun Gul finally understands the reason Grandmaster sent this boy here. It is because his mindset is not fixed and he can think out of the box. He then begins to wonder why he had been so obsessed with just the form of the martial art and the instructions in the manual. All the while, he is supposed to be the one who has learned the most of the free-spirited Shaolin five-hand techniques. Since when did he stop pursuing the true essence of the 5 hand strikes and get fixated on the Shaolin 5 hand strikes created by the Dharma? He coughs awkwardly and accepts that Mu Jin's words make sense and that he needs to teach Mu Yul about cranes then. He decides to show him a crane right away. The other monk reveals that he heard there is a crane habitat nearby. The next day, Mu Jin arrives at Hyun Gul's place for training. He had come late because he was busy with treating the Grandmaster, but when he arrived, he found the place empty and wondered where everyone was. He began to call out to them. He then suddenly hears voices from the building's back, making him even more suspicious. There, under the bright morning sun, stood Hyun Gul and Bayab Hyun, 2 esteemed monks of great spiritual authority, flapping their arms and imitating cranes. Next to them, Mu Yul mirrored their movements with childlike excitement, as if enlightenment could be achieved through interpretive dance. The 2 senior monks began to eye Mu Yul, a signal for Mu Jin to follow their way. Though Mu Jin did not feel like doing it, he had no choice but to imitate the crane's strike and pretend that it was very cool. Starting from that day, Mu Yul would spend the next 15 days with the crane to carefully observe the appearance, movements, and traits of the crane. The masters taught and did the movements of the crane, and the crane strike together with him. What's interesting here is that Mu Yul's crane strike was very different from Hyun Gul's or Bayab Hyun's crane strike. He copied the body movements of the crane based on his own observation and changed them to fit his own body. With his special animalistic instincts and flexible body, he was able to move beyond the typical movement range of a human body and was able to move like a real animal while achieving harmony. As a result, his movements were very similar to the movements of a crane. But since his movements were newly created and still not robust or complete enough, his masters helped him to resolve that problem slowly. And with that, he was able to continue following the master's teaching. Mu Jin smiles as he watches them interact, saying that he is done with his role here. He says he intends to stop coming from tomorrow onwards. Hyun Gul smiles, saying it seems he has already gotten what he came here for. He grants him leave, and Mu Jin thanks him for teaching him so far. Bayab Hyun questions if it is okay to let him leave. Hyun Gul smiles, saying it is fine, as what Mu Jin needed to learn was not the crane strike to begin with. He judged that further training would be meaningless for him because right from the beginning, the thing he was trying to learn was not the crane strike. Mu Jin had already created his own martial arts even before he joined the Shaolin Temple officially. The current wall that he faces is to merge the new martial arts that he learned harmoniously and stably with his own martial art. When he saw Hyun Gul helping to correct Mu Yul's crane strike, he had now gotten a certain sense of how to accomplish it. He now has an idea on which strikes to combine to increase the power while greatly reducing the recoil. Grandpa had also said that the true essence of things is more important than the outer appearance. He has now figured out that he was asking him to figure out the true essence of the martial arts that he will be creating from now on. What he needs to do is not anything like the crane strike. What he needs is the continuity between moves and the way to combine different martial arts. He remembers that the models used by the Shaolin five-hand techniques are crane, snake, leopard, tiger, and dragon. He could figure out the other animals but wonders if dragons could really exist in this world. But alas, it is up to Mu Yul's masters as they have to deal with it. After all, it is none of his business. But one thing was for sure. All of them were struck by the Grandmaster's planning and foreshadowing. There's no wonder he is an incredible person. A month had passed since Mujin began with the Grandmaster's treatment. The Grandmaster is no longer in a state where he would feel pain just from moving, but he has not fully recovered yet either. He is now contemplating using a method that might turn out to be problematic. But he knows it has to be done, as it is not the time to care about whether it is possible or not. This is the time when special measures are required. The scene transitions to Hyun Gong and Hyun Dam, talking about how the boy is really doing his best for the treatments. The discipline court leader laughs, asking the other if he had not vowed to make Mu Jin pay, as his treatment does not show any results in a month. Hyun Dam defensively says that it was his way of telling the boy to work hard in a roundabout manner. This makes the discipline court leaders smile, and he says they should hurry up to the pavilion so they won't be late. Upon reaching the pavilion, Hyun Chun is extremely flabbergasted to see the Grandmaster moving his body around, which normally is something that is out of the ordinary for him. He would get breathless just from lying down and had a body that was basically a corpse that could not move at all. Even if someone carried him around, he would feel pain from being moved around. But he just moved his own body right in front of his eyes. When he tells the other two senior monks about this, they are all shocked to see that the treatments are really working. They had been a bit doubtful when they used their powers with theories that they had never heard about. Mu Jin sighs as he hears their conversation. As soon as improvement was seen, the older monk's level of trust went up really quickly. However, he was not satisfied with the results. He knows that starting from now is where it starts to be really important. He needs to help the Grandmaster recover to the point where he can at least walk by himself. In order to recover strength in his abdomen, he would ask the Grandmaster to lie down and set up again. You would also help him stand up and help him take a few steps, just like how a patient who has injured their leg would practice walking in a rehabilitation center. While the Grandmaster's joints and ligaments have recovered to a certain extent, he has relied on others to move around for decades. That means the muscles of his whole body had been severely atrophied. Even if he continues treatment in this condition, it would be pointless, like pouring water into a pot with a hole at the bottom. Thus, Mu Jin thinks that before problems occur in his joints that have gotten better, they need to help him gain more muscles quickly. And there is only one way to do it. He approaches the older monks and reveals that there is a problem in the next treatment process. He reveals that the Grandmaster's cartilage has deteriorated badly due to old age and is thus in a bad state. Normally, to resolve that issue, they would grow muscle in order to support the cartilage. The problem would be that if he moved his body around or nodded to gain muscles, in his current weakened state, he might put too much pressure on his joints, and there is a risk his body might get injured. Hyun Chun guesses that the reason the boy is bringing this up is because he has a solution for it. He tells him to feel free to speak his mind, as he has been doing great on his treatment so far. The other older monks also agree, but Mu Jin was hesitating to speak up for a reason. After mustering up enough courage, he spits out the words that the Grandmaster must eat meat. The three older monks' demeanor instantly shifts as they shoot. Death glares at him. It is no hidden truth that the necessity of eating meat to grow muscles is still a controversial topic even in the modern age. Firstly, those who exercise and are vegetarians would say that it is possible to have a healthy body just by eating vegetables. Choi Kang-hyuk, he looked through exercise science materials as an expert and did have some information that he learned from them. He learned that for one to build muscles with a vegetarian diet can only be done if very complicated conditions are met. For example, while animal-based protein and vegetable-based proteins are all made of amino acids, the most important part is the amount that gets absorbed by the body. For Hyun Gwang, who is old and cannot eat a lot of food, This means that he needs meat-based proteins. But this place is a reputable sect, the Shaolin Temple, with 1,000 years of history. And therefore the act of eating meat would never be permitted. A blasphemy and imprudence. Mu Jin had expected this to happen. Hyun Chun questions why he is saying that meat must be eaten to gain muscles, considering he also got a muscular body without meat. Mu Jin didn't have enough courage to reveal that he did in fact eat meat. He tries another approach instead. He softly explains that while they can replace meat with beans and mushrooms, they're just replacements and cannot be comparable to eating meat. He argues that Grandpa's situation is different from his. Both he and Bayab Gang are younger and their bodies can take it. But the Grand Master is in a situation where time is a luxury for him. He then asked them the reason for prohibiting the consumption of meat in the temple. Yes, if it is for them to practice penance and overcome the earthly desires and agonies of the world to overcome the desire of meat. But he says such a way of atonement means nothing for someone whose body cannot take it. He asks if the loss of Buddhism seeks death because of that penance. He knows that the Grand Master cannot be saved if he fails in persuading the monks. And he does not want that to happen again. And so in rage and emotions combined, he questions if that doesn't go against the laws of no killing. However, the disciplined court leader was enraged. He calls the boy arrogant while riding on the coattails of the Grandmaster and daring to talk about the laws of Buddhism in front of him. Hyun Chun tells him to calm down. Mu Jin, it's shocking to see him being able to disperse that huge amount of energy just from grabbing the disciplined court leader's shoulder. Hyun Chun reluctantly admits that what the boy said thus makes some sense. But he questions Mu Jin about what the reason is for saying that meat will help to grow muscles. Mu Jin knows he could easily explain this using modern terminologies, but there is no way these people would know about proteins or the super recovery theory. Since he cannot do that, he decides to do his best to explain in other ways. He reminds them that reincarnation is not just talking about dying and departing from the world. Everything in this world reincarnates. The rain that comes from the skies goes into the earth, and that water would get boiled and go back to the skies. That is the same for the bodies of animals and humans. In order to replenish and grow a human's body, a certain amount of meat must be consumed. Just like how the laws of nature would be for the living to die and be born again, it is also a law of nature for humans to eat not just vegetables but also meat. But if one harms life just for pleasure, then that could become a sin too. He questions how it could be a sin for something that is almost dying to eat in order to survive. Mu Jin used analogies to explain things in simple terms to them and tried to thoroughly convince them. He puts up the point that humans are just animals too in nature's eyes. So women who have the same body to eat the meat of animals, it will inevitably help to grow meat too. Hyun Chun sighs, and he admits that what he said makes some sense. But there is no concrete evidence to support it, so they cannot go against the laws of the Shaolin Temple that have been observed for 1,000 years. But they cannot look away from the Grandmaster who gave his life to protect the Shaolin Temple. And so he suggests to the other two that they should change the laws of the temple under the name of the sacred item, the Emerald Jade Buddha staff. The other two were extremely shocked. But Hyun Chun says that he will be including an exception within the laws of the Shaolin Temple to allow the consumption of meat for those who are ill for the sake of treatment. Mu Jin grins ear to ear as he has finally done this. Now he can save Grandpa. Hyun Chun goes on to say that there are ways for Grandmasters to eat meat while not breaking the rules of the Shaolin Temple. He could eat meat and then receive punishment for it. Mu Jin questions what kind of punishment he is referring to, and without hesitation, he says he will take on the Grandmaster's punishment. For every bite of meat, there'd be repentance via wall-facing meditation. It was religion's version of a side quest. Mu Jin didn't see the issue. To him, this wasn't a moral crisis, it was a gym meal plan with extra steps. The other two monks were shocked, but the matter was settled. With that, their meeting ended. The next day, at Hyun Guang's abode, Hyun Chun reveals everything to the Grandmaster. Hyun Guang says he is willing to risk it. He says he is starting to think that maybe it was because of obsession with their rules that things had gone round for the last 1,000 years in the Shaolin Temple. Hyun Chun confesses that he became the abbot because Hyun Guang got injured. but with his limited capacity, all he could do was to observe a tradition. While they have retained the reputation as one of the great martial groups, they lost the title of being the strongest in the world. Hyun Chun blames his incompetency for it. Hyun Guang agrees that changes are not always good. Hyun Chun says that is why he has chosen Mu Jin, believing that he will bring along the wind of a good change. He says he continues to keep trusting Mu Jin. He then brings him in, surprising the Grandmaster. He could tell instinctively the food that Mu Jin brought in was meat. It was a porridge with a small quantity of meat because Hyun Guang had not eaten for decades. He had no choice but to accept it. He could remember the regret and resolve that filled Hyun Chun's eyes. Plus, for the sake of Mu Jin, who took a risk to talk back against his elders to make this situation possible. After praying over the food, Hyun Guang ate meat for the first time. Mu Jin taught Bayab Jin for 7 days on the process of treatment. Since the electricity and heat treatment were done by Hyun Gong and Hyun Dam, Bayab Jin didn't have to worry about them. By the time he could memorize everything Mu Jin had taught him, Hyun Guang was able to eat boiled meat that had no seasoning without any troubles. Thanks to Mu Jin's treatment and the power of meat, Hyun Guang saw an improvement in his condition. On the day of the promised date, Mu Jin began his wall-facing punishment. Mu Jin really didn't want to come back here again, but it couldn't be helped. He has to do it if that's what the higher-ups want. He walks his way to the familiar cave. Originally, he was thinking of training, hunting, and eating meat like he did previously, and living a happy Bear Grylls life alone. But to his despair, Hyun Chun had unexpectedly joined him. He had decided to accept the punishment as well. Mu Jin knew he was screwed. As soon as they entered the cave, the old man got into a lotus seating position and started chanting Buddhist scriptures. Mu Jin didn't dare to even move his toes because of him. He takes note of how Hyun Chun kept talking, but his chanting also seemed to be mixed up. But it was at this moment that Mu Jin realized something. After learning the scriptures so far, Mu Jin can tell Hyun Chun is intentionally mixing the incantations up. There seemed to be a pattern among all these incantations. They were all ones he knew about. After Mu Jin realized that, he focused even more on what Hyun Chun was chanting. He then pieced together the chantings in sequence and pictured how the martial arts would flow in his mind. After interpreting the incantations as steps and training in his mind for 30 minutes, Mu Jin started to find it hard to hold himself back. He wanted to try the steps that he was imagining, as by now, just image training alone isn't enough. He looks sideways at Hyun Chun. He becomes surprised to see sudden rhythm in the man's chanting, making him wonder if he did it on purpose. He decides to take a gamble, as he has nothing to lose. As soon as Mu Jin saw Hyun Chun not moving despite knowing for sure that Mu Jin had moved, he became even more certain. He set this up so Mu Jin can train. The start would be the straight punch of the chain punch. He will put in the 21st move of the invincible punch and finish it with the swift whirlwind sweep. Since the man has put in rhythm with his chanting, it has become way easier for Mu Jin to go through the steps by following his rhythm. But he wonders, why does the old man keep chanting the same incantation instead of chanting something else? He wonders if this is his way of telling him that he did something wrong, and so he decides to try it again. That was how the secret between Mu Jin and Abbot Hyun Chun began. He would cough loudly or use higher tones while chanting when Mu Jin was wrong. For the parts that he found okay, he would calmly and quietly chant or use a low-tone cough. The combination of the steps that fit in the best with each other were embedded in the scriptures. The combined step sequence and speed would ride on the rhythm of the chanting, and that was how the secret training had begun and had continued until the sun set. Mu Jin begins to question the situation, wondering why the man is training him. Hyun Chun smiles as he looks at him from the corner of his eye. He knew that treating the Grandmaster already took a lot of training time away from the boy. He cannot take away another month of training from him. He hopes for Mu Jin to use this time to make up for all the training time he had missed out on. Later, a man drops off grain balls and water for them. Mu Jin sighs because he almost got caught running. He was not expecting a martial master whose presence he could not detect to come here. Thankfully, the abbot faked the dry cough to alert him. In any case, Mu Jin is now certain that he is trying to train him. Mu Jin couldn't stand it anymore and began to go out. Hyun Chun discreetly watches, deducing that the boy has been dying to train. He can understand how Mu Jin feels, as the cave is too small a place for him to train in. But Hyun Chun didn't know that Mu Jin didn't go out of the cave to train, he went out to get some protein. On the other hand, as for Hyun Guang's condition, it had drastically improved. Even Baeobjin remains stunned. Thanks to changing the treatment to include meat as per Mu Jin's suggestion, his body condition began to improve greatly. His body that used to be weak and without muscles was able to gain some muscles in various places. And thanks to those muscles, the Grandmaster became able to move on his own, even without Baeobjin's support. After Baeobjin leaves to bring lunch, Hyun Guang ponders deeply. He comes to realize that all of this was because of his own obstinacy. The abbot wanted to keep to the traditions and blamed himself for that. He even said that the Shaolin Temple would have been different if the Grandmaster had become the abbot. The Grandmaster couldn't agree with what he said so far, but he now understands why Hyun Chun blamed himself so much. It is because he is no different from him, and so he blames his own foolishness. He used to tell people that the meaning of the laws is more important than the laws and told them to focus on the intentions. He finds how ridiculous his teaching was. He was not able to even move by himself without any help from others. Now that he has barely recovered and can stand by himself, he has come to realize. He bitterly wonders why they chose to suffer just so they can keep to the traditions of the Shaolin Temple. When the special task force of the demonic cult invaded, and when the Grandmaster lost his martial arts and became a cripple that couldn't even walk by himself, he kept telling those who were worried about him and himself that he was fine. But deep inside, he was already stricken with despair. He had an exceptional understanding of the world and understood martial arts and the scriptures, but his heart, which started to become bitter, was unable to truly embrace those contents. It is because he had a shattered energy core and could not accumulate energy in it anymore. He now understands that he was being stubborn. In the future, even if where he is standing on disappears, this place and its scenery will still exist in his mind. It exists even if it is not visible to him. Even if it does not exist, it will still be visible to him. After all, form has emptiness, while emptiness also has form. Emptiness has nothing other than form, while form has nothing without emptiness. He decides to combine the understanding he already had and the changed heart he has now from the enlightenment he has just achieved. With that, he will be able to achieve the ultimate enlightenment. On the other hand, the disciplined court leader suddenly senses a familiar energy. Using his nobility art technique, he quickly runs towards the energy. He could sense it was of the Grandmaster, but something about it was different. The flow of energy was unfamiliar. Along with him, many others rushed towards the flow of energy. To the man's shock, it was the Grandmaster indeed, and his energy was bursting out like an explosion. Turns out he is in the middle of achieving perfect enlightenment. All of a sudden, the rain stops. Even those who were not familiar with energy yet could tell that it is the Grandmaster's energy. The energy was so bright that it hurt the eyes but was also warm and merciful. It was something that was out of this world, yet never frightening. Hyun Guang had achieved nirvana. All the monks immediately get into position and pray. The Grandmaster smiled, saying that what he had known in his mind had just finally touched his heart. But the disciplined court leader was still surprised. He questions why he has not attained Buddhahood if he has achieved nirvana. The Grandmaster explains it is because he still has unresolved matters. He was only able to attain nirvana thanks to Mu Jin. He then questions the boy's whereabouts. The disciplined court leader reveals that it has been 18 days since he went into wall-facing punishment along with Hyun Chun. Hyun Guang frowns, coldly saying he does not like it, taking the others aback. Soon enough, the abbot and Mu Jin are told to end the wall-facing punishment and come back. Upon questioning, it is revealed that it is an order from Grandmaster. This shocks the two, and Mu Jin wonders if something happened to Grandpa. When the two make their way back to the Grandmaster's pavilion, they overhear him talking to the disciplined court leader. He cheerfully continues to eat meat, which did not sit right with the court leader. But he obviously could not argue with the Grandmaster of all people. Mu Jin becomes confused as he hears the Grandmaster's cheery voice and deduces that he is all right. He had thought there was a problem since they were told to come back quickly. As he and Hyun Chun make their way inside, they're both struck by the smell of meat. They heard the Grandmaster cheerfully reveal how they are so good that he doesn't think he will be able to easily abandon them and attain both our world. Mujin almost feels his soul sucking away at the sight in front of him. Never in his sane mind did he think he would be able to see this. The Grandmaster smiles at him, saying that he is taking care of his body. Both Mujin and Hyun Chun suspiciously looked towards the disciplined court leader and questioned what happened. The disciplined court leader nervously turns his head away, revealing that the Grandmaster requested it and he did not eat anything. The Grandmaster flexes his muscles, saying that thanks to the meat, he can move now. He then reveals that he had asked them to free the two, as they cannot be shut in a cave after what they have done. He tells Mujin to go do his training and Hyun Chun to stay back. Mujai instantly saw this as an opportunity to dash away, leaving Hyun Chun to fend for himself. Later, Mujin heard about all that had happened. He decided to stop worrying for the moment, as there was some good news as well. The equipment he requested from the headmaster had arrived. He couldn't believe he was able to see modern equipment at Shaolin. The monk tells him to teach the others how to use some of the equipment. Mujin could obviously not hide his excitement. It's true it is not quite to the level of his gym, but it really takes him back. That smell of sweat and iron, a temple dedicated to the body. He sees his friends in the room as well, and it turns out he is training somewhere else. Mu-gung points to a tire and asks what it is. Mujin hesitates a bit and then reveals that it is a rubber wheel. The centered spokes are made of wood and iron with natural rubber melted on top. It was perfect for what he was thinking. He shows the others how to lift up the tire and lay it down and repeat all the way around the training grounds. He comments that it weighs a lot. He elaborates that this works the entire body, not just your leg muscles, and it trains you to distribute your power. Mu-gung decides to try it. Mu-yul then asks Mujin about the bar. He says he does not know what this is, so he made up his own thing. Mujin watches the boy casually jump 3 meters high in the air. With his trademark flexibility, of course, there is no doubt he is the true inheritor of the Shaolin 5 Fists, and he looks like he was born on that path. For some reason, he reminds Mujin of a monkey. He gives the boy a thumbs up, saying that works right. There was other equipment as well, the type of equipment you might find at a CrossFit gym. Mujin is aware that focusing only on size and bodybuilding would interfere with his martial arts. He needs to continue building the right amount of muscle while maintaining flexibility. Mujin continued the career he knew best, even at the Shaolin Temple. He plans to become a master as fast as possible and see this novel to the end. But his career as a trainer was not all that he focused on. He also focused on treating the Grandmaster. He had now changed his treatment plan and introduced him to the leather post. It is known as a foam roller in modern times and is a cylinder made of a solid substance. It is a Pilates tool used to loosen the muscles. This can be used on the shoulders, blades, hips, thighs, calves, sides, or anywhere you want to roll yourself against. Mujin explains all of this to the Grandmaster and suggests he give it a try, but as soon as he gives it a try, he feels shooting pains in his thigh. Mujin instructs him to be careful, or it can be too much for him. He explains that the Grandmaster's muscles are stiff and it will hurt, but as he continues, his muscles will relax and he will feel looser. The Grandmaster tells him to make everyone try this tool and loosen them from their obsession with learning through suffering. Mujin becomes confused, wondering why the Grandmaster is so critical of Shaolin all of a sudden. He gets cut off from his thoughts as the Grandmaster asks about his training. He points out how the chi flows more freely through his body since he last saw him. Mujin guesses it must be from the monk abbot's training. He grins, thinking that all his hard training has paid off. The Grandmaster quietly stares at him and then passes him a map and a message. He reminds Mujin of when he learned the 5 Fists. He then smiled, saying the next place will be of great help. Mujin finds his smile devious, making him wonder why he is so different now. The Grandmaster giggled, saying he will understand when he gets there. Meanwhile, on the other side of Shaolin, Mu-young was having a difficult time training with his master, Hai Guan, the head of the Death Demon Brigade. He smirks, hoping Mujin comes quickly. Mujin got his inner strength to a dependable level thanks to all his training. Now he was headed to the Death Demon Brigade with Hai Guan's message in hand. Up till now, Mujin had given his all no matter the training, but this time he was a bit nervous. This time, the head instructor was Hai Guan, the same guy who treated training like a full-contact death sport. From what he saw during the admissions trial, he is not normal. And so the boy does not know what awaits him besides those huge doors. In the meantime, Hai Guan was threatening his disciples to come at him with all they got or he would feed them to the wolves. But no one was able to defeat him, and he comments that their movements are all so predictable. While the disciples were going through hell, he was having the time of his life. Mu Jin, someone makes his entrance and greets the master. But as he introduces himself, he finds Hai Guan trying his best to control his laughter. This one does end up bursting into laughter, pointing towards Mu Jin's hair and asking what is wrong with it. A haircut so cursed it transcended monk aesthetics and entered meme territory. Hai Guan tried to be professional, but his face said, "Barber trauma. It has been a while since we have had this reaction." Hai Guan then begins to read the letter the Grandmaster had written. He says it basically asks him to train Mu Jin since he was locked in that cave. The master smirks excitedly, saying the letter says he can teach him his way. He questions if he knows what his way means. Mu Jin points towards Mu Young and asks if it is something like that. Hai Guan replies affirmatively, saying that there is no better training than real fighting. He says the Death Demon Brigade faces true evil, incapable of redemption or change. They exist to fight the worst of the demonic cult. If they do not fight with everything against those trying to murder them, they will easily be defeated. He warns Mu Jin that he will not take it easy on him even if he is the disciple of the Grandmaster. Before Mu Jin could properly respond, Hai Guan began to attack him with his staff, saying there was no time to waste. Mu Jin tries to attack back with all his might, but to no avail. He is met back with a ruthless punch. Hai Guan notices the boy has learned the iron shirt technique to protect his face in that instant. He also notes Mu Jin is using a combination of techniques but criticizes his transition. He throws sand in Mu Jin's face, who calls it cheating. Hai Guan points out that the enemy will do anything to win, including all manner of dirty tricks. He smacks his head, mocking if he will whine that it's cheating every time. The more he looks at it, the more he is amazed with the boy's haircut. He can't believe Hyun Gong allowed it. He decides to get Mu Young to try it. He observes how persistent Mu Jin is. For the next 4 hours, Hai Guan continued what can only be described as character development through pain. Every time Mu Jin made a mistake, he got folded like laundry. But he didn't complain once. The man was too busy trying not to die. As more time passes, Mu Jin leaves fewer openings. Mu Jin finally falls to the floor as Hai Guan dismisses the training. Mu Jin asks Mu Young if he is going to just lie there and pretend he is out. Mu Young asks how he knew. Mu Jin says he just said hi earlier. Mu Young says he was waiting for the master to let his guard down. Mu Jin thinks it is smart, but he cannot believe he cannot land a single hit on the guy, even though he has trained so much. But after taking such a beating, his weaknesses are clearer. He has missed so much, only visualizing how to connect and transition techniques. His biggest weakness is no actual combat experience. He decides to join forces with Mu Young and play dirty. On the other hand, Hai Guan is told that the head of the administrative hall is here, and he needs to discuss how to distribute to the various halls. While he is busy sorting the matter, Mu Jin prepares himself to beat him. He tells Mu Young how he has a secret plan, and all he must do is get a hit in when he rushes him. Mu Young doubts it will work on that monster of a master. Mu Jin assures him it will work. Hai Guan becomes shocked as the Grandmaster makes his way inside, but what appalled him even more is that he was standing up by himself. He immediately rushes to greet the Grandmaster. This shocks the others. One of his disciples reveals that he has never seen him like that before, as he never paid respects to even the abbot. Mu Jin smiles as he had expected this. There is no way that the rebel would act that way to anyone. He smirks and signals Mu Young that they will start with their secret plan. After all, he knows that feeling better than anyone. The Grandmaster had once told Mu Jin how Hai Guan used to follow him all around, and one said that he saved his life. The Grandmaster said he does not remember doing much for him, but he is not sure why he would feel that much gratitude towards him. To Mu Jin, this was all too familiar, that overjoyed expression, the pure excitement. And in excitement, there's always a weakness. Now was the time. Mu Jin gave the signal. From one side, he launched his chain punch. From the other, Mu Young charged with 18 Dharma strikes. It was a perfect pincer attack, or so they thought. Hai Guan casually blocked both, didn't even break his stance. The only casualty was his booze pot, which shattered dramatically. For the first time, he admitted, "Good ambush." Then he grabbed both of them by the head and introduced them to the ground, Shaolin style. He orders them to keep sparring with one another while he talks to the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster laughs, asking if he is not being too harsh on the children. Hai Guan, he says, if he goes easy on them, then things might get dangerous for them later, and if he is not this harsh, they will become relaxed and get lazy. He says they do not know when war will come for them, and they need to make sure that they are battle-ready. He then quietly murmurs that it would be too late by the time they regret it. These words sound familiar to the Grandmaster, and he recalls a past memory. He remembers a young boy coming to him, revealing that he has successfully become a third-class disciple. Hai Guan trained really hard so he would be of help. But then that incident occurred. He was about to be killed by the demonic cult, but it was the Grandmaster that saved him, along with the numerous people. Hai Guan, it was the last one he saved before his energy core was destroyed and he became a cripple. Back then, he resolved that he would never forgive the demonic cultists. He had vowed to kill them all with his own hands. And so he kept advancing until he started walking on the path of demon extermination. And he has no regrets for that. The Grandmaster stares at him and asks if everything is all right for him. Hai Guan takes a momentary pause and says life is bearable. The Grandmaster then requests him to keep looking after Mujin from time to time. He then asks Hai Guan if he can have a drink, shocking him. He looks at the Grandmaster, chugging happily in surprise. This makes him realize that he has really recovered and is all right now. While the two boys were fighting in the yard, the senior monks were pouring drinks for each other. Although they don't seem like things that would happen in the Shaolin temple, it was a great sight, like a great painting. Everything seemed well for people except for one. It was for the administration hall leader. He was having trouble managing the budget for the disciples this winter. He knew in the worst-case scenario, they might not be able to take in new monks next year. He blames Mu Jin and Mu Young for this. Mu Jin and Mu Kaiyoung talk about how both of them have gotten stronger. But Mu Jin soon notices that the expression of the administration hall leader does not look good, making him wonder if something bad happened. He then realizes quickly what the sigh heaved by the hall leader that was in charge of budgets and his gloomy expression meant. Since he had managed a few gyms in his previous life, Choi Kang Hyuk knew exactly how difficult it is to manage finances and keep up with them. He knew the expression all too well and could relate to the hall leader. It seems the Shaolin Temple is in financial difficulty right now. The 1,000-year-old Shaolin Temple, one of the reputable great martial groups of the 10 great martial groups, was also known as the North Star of Mount Tai. They have lived a life cut off from the secular world while focusing on meditation and training. However, no matter how cut off they are, it cannot be helped when it comes to food, clothing, and shelter. Fortunately, they received donations from believers and funds given by the outer sect groups. That was how they had been able to somehow manage their current lifestyle. That is, until a few problems appeared. Rumors had started to spread that it was all because of Mu Jin saving Mu Kaiyoung, who had been bullied by the outer sect disciples. At that time, the Shaolin Temple punished the ones who had severely done wrong. The clique that bullied Mu Kaiyoung had their energy core destroyed and could no longer learn martial arts. The Seopul escort establishment, which harassed the people and collected money from them, had returned all the money to the people after they had their martial arts destroyed. That is where the problem had begun. The closure of the escort establishment sparked concern among the other outer sect groups. Instead of sitting around like ducks waiting to be killed, they decided to leave first before the Shaolin Temple decided to use an excuse to shut them down as well. The outer sect groups that had been influenced by the secular world were more unhappy at the way the Shaolin Temple had shut down an outer sect group than being unhappy with the escort establishment for harassing the people. Those groups soon joined other martial groups and no longer sent their donations. Since the Shaolin Temple did not prohibit that from happening, close to half of the outer sect groups had left. Then came the yoga or Pilates equipment made for helping Hyun Guang, along with various new exercise equipment customized for Mu Jin's exercising methods. The administration hall had to take on the incredibly huge expense for all of it, and thus all they saw in Mu-jin was a demon that devoured his money. Mu-jin Loki understands their perspective, as they likely do not have a good impression of him now, but it is thanks to him that the other disciples are achieving good results, and Grandpa's body is also much better, so he thinks they're being a little too harsh. He is doing the duties of the third-class disciple as per his master's wishes. Mu-jin trained his stamina and studied scriptures starting at dawn. After that, he would train in martial arts. Once training is completed, he is to clean the temple and receive visiting guests. It feels like he was just reassigned as a normal grunt after working as a medic. It is true that he is doing the same trivial tasks as the other third-class disciples. He guesses Grandpa probably did this so he could spend more time with his peers. And so the third-class disciples went to the front to greet the visiting guests. He found it pretty easy doing the same as he would have done when welcoming his gym members in the past. However, he soon hears a weird sound coming from the stairs and decides to go. He finds an old woman panting while climbing the stairs. Upon greeting, the woman reveals that she came to offer her bow and respect to Buddha. Mu-jin understands that she is talking about going to the Mahavira Hall and offers to carry her there on his back. The woman appreciates it but says that there is no need for him to go to such trouble for her. But in the end, she agrees. The reason Choi Kang-hyuk respected the elders was not anything to do with ethics or morals, it was just something he felt towards the elderly. Like with Hyun Gwang, this was something engraved within his instincts. To Choi Kang-hyuk, whose grandparents played the role of his parents since he was young, his heart would ache just by looking at old people. He also came to observe that the old madame felt really light when he carried her. Her knees and back seemed fine too, making him wonder why she had trouble climbing the stairs. His mind diverts as the old woman comes out, saying that she will get going now that she's done offering her respects. She thanks him for carrying her hair today and turns to leave, but he stops her and asks if she has any other plans for today. There are numerous large manors and pavilions in Dongfeng County owned by merchants that are affiliated with the Shaolin Temple. Among the manors, the most magnificent one is run by one named the Heavenly Merchants. Jai Guang was one of the 5 largest merchants in the world, and he was the owner of the Heavenly Merchants. He was exhausted from seeing the number of accumulated reports. His business had grown too big and he had fewer people. He is soon informed about his mother's return. He is told that she just came back on an 8-man palanquin. Confused, he decides to go greet her and asks if she went to the Shaolin Temple again. The woman smiles and says she was not expecting him to come look for her. Her son fusses about how she has not been feeling well, yet she went to such a far place. Again, he urges her to take care of her body, but she tells him not to worry about it. She instead reveals how she actually received treatment in the Shaolin Temple today, shocking him. She reveals how it was miraculous. Apparently, a young man massaged her, rubbing her back with his hand, pressing on her knees, and rotating her feet at amazing angles. She smiles cheerfully, saying it had far more effect than the sickening amount of acupuncture and tonic she has had to take. The merchant was shocked as he found this impossible, but there is no doubt she looks better than she did this morning. Plus, the chronic trembling in her leg has lessened. He decides to go with her tomorrow to the Shaolin Temple again to meet this amazing child monk. Although Mu-jin helped that old madame feel better earlier, he still did not feel very at ease. It was not because she reminded him of his own grandmother, because he found out that she was a very wealthy woman. The words written on the palanquin just now definitely said the Heavenly Merchants. He was completely taken aback. It is because he is aware that the Heavenly Merchants are one of the 5 wealthiest merchants that appeared in the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles in the universe. They are one of the villain organizations that went up against the protagonist. Mu-jin is seen introducing himself to the old woman from earlier and her son. The merchant reveals how he heard that the child monk gave his mother treatment. As he sees his mother and the child monk interact, he is surprised to see that she is so affectionate when she is not when talking to her own grandchildren that much. But he found it all good as long as she is happy. Mu-jin takes a quick glance at the back, recognizing that the person must be the former merchant leader. Although at this point in time, he is still the current merchant leader. The heavenly merchants, whom he remembers from the novel, commit all sorts of crimes, including selling illegal drugs and human trafficking. Mu-jin wonders if it is the time before they got corrupted. If he gets close to that person, he wonders if he can also find out the details of how the heavenly merchants are related to the dark forces. He decides to observe more for now. He gets cut off from his thoughts pretty quickly when the merchant points out how he has been staring at his face for a while. Mu-jin says he was just thinking like the merchant. It seems like he does a lot of work while sitting down. He had figured it out, as the merchant had placed his hand consistently on his back as if he was in pain. The merchant agrees, saying that he does read a lot of letters when sitting down, and it has been a while since he climbed the mountain too. Therefore, he is a little tired with all of that combined. He points out that the merchant's pelvis is crooked and his back is also slightly hunched. That is a posture that office workers have since they sit in front of computers all day long. He suggests the merchant receive some treatment along with his mother this time. After all, as the saying goes, keep your friends close but your enemies closer. The merchant decides to take this opportunity to test him, and so he agrees. The scene shifts to Hyun Gwang's residence. Mu-jin introduces the mother-son duo to Hyun Gwang, and so he decides to have their treatment at the same time. Mu-jin shows the merchant the tools and explains the technique to him. He tells Grandpa that today his treatment will be tendon reformation. After putting one foot on the back and locking the other foot in place, he is supposed to hold on to the handle, push backwards. Though the old man was using the tool for the first time, he could already feel the stimulation. Mu-jin then turns to the old madam and tells her that she will be engaging with the body-shaped lock. It tells her to try sitting down slowly on it. The two old people began to converse about how they trust the boy and that he won't do any harm. Mu-jin silently listens to them, wondering if this place is the Shaolin Temple or an elderly rehabilitation center. While the other guy worked with the merchant on muscle lengthening technique, he was quite surprised as he did feel better. It really hurt at first, but as time passed, his pain subsided and he started to feel refreshed. The merchant then wonders where he had heard the name Hyun Gwang from before. However, as he sees the old man manifest incredible inner energy to create natural energy and manifest it in each of his hands, he becomes shocked. He begins to tremble, knowing that technique is not something any martial artist can easily perform. It is at this moment that he remembers that person, the person who single-handedly drove away the demonic cultists that barged into the Shaolin Temple decades ago. The legend of Hyun Gwang, the Shaolin divine monk, is something that everyone in the world has heard of. But what happened after the demonic invasion was no longer told to others, from what the merchant heard. The divine monk became a cripple and lost all his martial arts, but he has been recuperating with this muscle lengthening technique, it seems. It was unbelievable, and he did not know that he had been presented with such a great opportunity. Hyun Gwang was using his energy so easily even though he is known to have lost all his strength. This muscle lengthening technique, which he went through together with his mother today, was really effective as well. He has also come to know that this technique belonged to the child monk. He is now certain of it, that the boy's skills are the real deal, and he decides to take this great opportunity. Before the mother-son duo could leave, the merchant tells Mu-jin that he wants to talk to him. He says he will be coming early to find him tomorrow morning. He asks Mu-jin to bring him to the administration hall if he can. He says he has some business to take care of, so he will tell him about it tomorrow. Mu-jin agrees but works, wondering what on earth he is scheming. After the divine mom gave permission to visit the administration hall, Mu-jin brought the heavenly merchants leader to the administration hall the next day. This place manages and is in charge of the Shaolin Temple's budget and finances. The administration hall leader was shocked to hear the merchant's proposal, who suggests that the heavenly merchants could open a clinic with Mu-jin. He had brought money with him as well. The administration hall leader was shocked to see the merchant offering what amounts to a year's worth of food expenses to their challenge so readily. The merchant honestly reveals that he regrets not being able to offer an even larger sum. He says considering the treatment techniques he used showed improvement in an incurable disease that even renowned physicians couldn't treat, his action is only natural. But the hall leader asks him to elaborate further on the earlier discussion about opening a clinic with Mu-jin. The merchant says that the child's treatment method is something entirely new, not found on this continent. But surely there are many patients in this world, like his mother or the Grandmaster, who cannot be cured with conventional treatments. He wishes to open a clinic utilizing Mujin's skills for those patients. The administration hall leader clears his throat and firmly says that Shaolin does not engage in business using the talents of its disciples. Furthermore, considering the substantial treatment fees he has given to Mujin, the clinic that he mentioned that he wants to open in the county is only meant for the wealthy. The merchant had not expected the hall leader to understand his true intentions so early, but that was not his only goal. As the merchant leader of one of the 5 great merchants, he possesses a vast network, yet regardless of their wealth or status, illnesses that come with age are unavoidable. He believes if the child monk's treatments were introduced to such people, it would result in tremendous profits. That is the reasoning as a businessman. There are other reasons as well, but it is too soon to reveal them. That is what he thinks. For now, he decides that it is crucial to build a good relationship with Shaolin. He suggests to the hall leader that half the clinic's revenue can be used by Shaolin for aiding the poor. The holiday says that even so, if they earn money by treating only the wealthy and accepting payments in gold and silver, the world will surely criticize Shaolin. He further adds on, saying that building trust requires an immense amount of time and sincerity, but a single misunderstanding can destroy it all in an instant. Mujin, who had been quietly listening to it, was getting frustrated with every minute. He found it suffocating to remain quiet. He couldn't understand why the hall leader was refusing when there was no reason to do so. If he puts some thought into it, the answer is obvious. He decides to put his experience managing gyms to good use. After asking permission to speak up, he points out that the problem lies in them earning money and only treating the wealthy. He then suggests treating both the poor and the wealthy without distinction. He adds on, saying that if they simply assign a certain fee for treatments, certainly the poor would find it difficult to afford treatment, which would lead to reduced demand, making the effort meaningless. He suggests dividing the facilities into 2 businesses. One facility would be open for free, while the others cater to the wealthy. The wealthy would then question why only they have to pay for treatment, arguing fairness. So at the free facility, treatments based on muscle lengthening technique could be provided on a daily rotational basis for different parts of the body. On the other hand, paid facilities will include basic treatment and various medical knowledge and techniques. Things like using heat and lightening treatment simultaneously, which they are experts in, plus they will provide treatment with more advanced techniques. That is how large gyms operate. They have users who pay cheaper prices just for the usage of gyms. There are also personal training sessions that require you to pay additional fees. The merchant was quite shocked by the proposal and could not believe that a child had come up with it. Mujin also says that the wealthy love to spend on luxury and they would prefer expensive tea over cheap tea. Plus, vanity will definitely exist as well. The merchant understands what he was saying. Free facilities that can be used by everyone and paid facilities that are used by premier individuals. The wealthy will indeed go for the paid facilities for their vanity and pride. However, the administration hall leader was so furious about his statements that the veins on his head almost popped out. He lashes out at Mujin for daring to speak of vanity and making use of that to earn money as a disciple of Shaolin. Mujin questions what he is so afraid of. Days when the merchants suggested using the money they earned from the wealthy to aid the poor. He was afraid people might criticize Shaolin for being obsessed with money. With this new proposal, they can also treat the poor while making use of the wealthy. He asks the man if he is afraid of what people might say about Shaolin. He says while he is too, he is in greater anguish when they cannot help others who need help because they are too afraid of criticism. Plus, it is not important that they understand them. What is more important is the truth that Shaolin is working hard to help the world. That is definitely more important than rules and laws. For a mere second, the hall leader could see the Grandmaster in him, but he quickly pushed the thought aside and said that they have to ask Abbot permission for it. The hall leader then turns to the merchant and says they will first discuss internally and update him on the results later. The mission was glad that it worked, and it thanks them for considering his decision. Mu-jin was glad that in any case, they will be able to build a closer relationship with the heavenly merchants, regardless of whether they will become the dark forces of the unorthodox chronicles. He decides to dig through and look into the internal situation, using their business relationship as an excuse. With this, he will be able to look into what happened with the countryside branch of Heavenly Merchants. That night, the administration hall leader told Hyun Chun about what happened, and the result of it was a delighted yes. He was happy, saying he knew Mu-jin would lead Shaolin in the correct direction. They will be able to make even greater advancements to help the world with the money he brings in. The Grandmaster smiles and suggests they give the child a reward for everything he has done so far. He says an elixir would be great. Hyunjin was extremely shocked. The next day, after training, the Grandmaster summons Mu-jin. He then hands him the elixir as a gift for all the achievements he has accomplished. He reveals it to be the elixir of Shaolin, the lesser revitalization pill. The revitalization pill is one of the elixirs that appears a lot in it. Dramas or martial arts novels, alongside snake tonic, azurite essence, tuber, fleece flower, etc. They are known to have an immense amount of energy condensed within them, and that you could obtain powerful energies when consuming them. The revitalization pill of Shaolin is one of the more famous elixirs in the Murim, and it is sometimes very hard to even see in person. The Grandmaster says that since he has accomplished a great feat this time, he can think of this as a reward. He confesses that he actually wanted to give him the greater revitalization pill, but he was told it is not the time yet. He was enraged at Hyun Chun for being so stingy. Mu-jin decides not to get into that politics and asks, "What was that about it not being the time yet?" The Grandmaster says he will understand after he consumes the lesser revitalization pill. He suggests he does it now as it is perfect timing. Mu-jin becomes extremely excited and agrees to do it. After all, a precious item just came to him on its own. Why would he think much about it? Of course, he will consume it as soon as he can. The Grandmaster leads him elsewhere, revealing that this place has plenty of nature energies which will be of help to him. The pavilion they had ended up going to was deep within the mountain. The Grandmaster says the direction of absorbing energy through a cultivation technique is different from absorbing the energy of an elixir. When using a cultivation technique, you breathe through your nose and mouth and slowly absorb energy. But the moment you consume the elixir, the energy within it will go straight towards your stomach. Mu-jin asks if he is telling him to focus on the energy of the elixir that is entering into his body instead of breathing. The Grandmaster affirmed, saying that with every breath he takes, he loses some of the elixir's energy. If he gets greedy and holds his breath to retain the energy, then he will fall into energy deviation, so he must be very careful. Mu-jin listens to him very carefully. He knows he needs to be careful and decides to eat it already. He decides to use the cultivation technique he learned previously to absorb such pure energy. After activating it, he lets the energy slip right down from his mouth into his stomach and spread it throughout his entire body as it follows his blood vessels. He now understands why the protagonists of martial arts novels are so desperate to get their hands on this. He knows he needs to absorb as much as he can, as the Grandmaster taught him. 30 minutes passed by, and he soon realized why the Grandmaster told him not to get greedy. He has used breathing techniques, the energy accumulation technique, and even the great path cultivation technique, but there was still so much energy of the lesser revitalization pill leaking out. His vessel is way too small to absorb such an immense amount of energy at once. For now, he will need to end this soon. He will discharge the immense amount of energy that he cannot absorb by breathing, and after inhaling, he will release the stuck energy by exhaling. All he needs to do is repeat the process, which he does exactly. He found it awesome that he had absorbed around 30 of the energy already. It is to the extent that he is not even thinking about what he couldn't absorb. When he opens his eyes, he turns to Grandmaster and confesses that he got a little too greedy subconsciously. He says the power of the lesser revitalization pill was bigger than he had imagined. The Grandmaster smiles, as that is to be expected. He knew that the boy had completely absorbed the lesser revitalization pill. Here is a summary of what just occurred. What actually happened was a miracle created by the Grandmaster. The energy from the lesser revitalization pill would come out of the boy with his exhalation. The Grandmaster would then wrap it with their natural energy so that it would not disperse, and then slowly send it back into the child monk when he inhaled without him realizing it. This would be entirely impossible for normal people. It is an extremely difficult task, as well as an absurd, transcendent method. The Grandmaster went through so much to get the child among this spell, so he cannot just let it go to waste. Mu-jin finds his heart pounding against his chest loudly and wonders if it is the overflowing energy in him. He says his body cannot seem to calm down because of the energy he has absorbed. Turns out this was all just a part of the bigger picture that the Grandmaster had in mind. He suggests they help him with his current state first. He tells the boy that there is a training that will be of great help to him in his current state, the best method to calm down energies that are running rampant. He says an unwavering heart is the only thing that can calm that energy. An unwavering heart is a heart that does not move or waver. The reason Grandmaster brought Mu-jin to this place was to calm down and control the energy that was running rampant within Mu-jin. This training would help him achieve a stable and calm mental state. This method is normally completed by those that use extreme yang energy. In order to control the extreme energy freely, which possesses traits that easily stimulate a person, they use this training to calm themselves down. An example would be to count beads while chanting scriptures or to keep thinking of happy moments. There are various ways to do it. Simply put, the unwavering heart allows one to maintain a calm body and mental state. Mu-jin was constantly thinking about the steps of the chain punch in his head for 4 hours and was now told to try using it. With that, he was able to calm down his stimulated mind and uncontrollable strength. He was able to normalize the flow of his inner energy. Moreover, he was able to use that strength to split the waterfall into 2. That was how he advanced to the next level. Mu-jin ecstatically looked at the Grandmaster, who was already looking at him. The Grandmaster felt extremely proud of the growth he had made and was also able to obtain new realizations. After they looked at each other for a while, they exchanged greetings as if they understood something from each other. 2 days later, 5 second-class disciples went along with Mu-jin to the outside world. The framework of the clinic business that was planned with the heavenly merchants up until now was completed to a certain extent. All that is left is to go to the county and initiate the rest of the plan. The Grandmaster and Hyun Chun bid him farewell. On the other hand, Lady Seol was sat in her abode while a voice asked if they shall leave soon. Mu-jin finally reached his destination. The scenery welcomed him with landscapes straight out of a wuxia film. Crossing the mountains, he encountered members of the Green Forest Bandits, enjoyed the pleasures of an inn's lively atmosphere, and got swept up in a conflict by chance. Along the way, he rescued a wheeled beauty, dealt with local thugs, and uncovered layers of schemes that brought him closer to the dark figures behind it all. A week passed by, and rumors about some monks from Shaolin coming down the mountain and opening up a clinic had soon spread. Some civilians begin to wonder if they have become greedy for money or something. But when there was an option of them offering treatments for free, they decided to go check it out. To operate the 2 separate facilities that offer free and premium services to places near the manor were bought. The merchant revealed he gave a grand name for now the body treatment clinic, and each building has its differences. The left hall focuses on free treatment, equipped with a variety of tools are furnished, storage and resting areas, plus there are spaces for monks to meditate. Meanwhile, there is also the right hall cater to high-ranking or wealthy individuals with paid services. These premium treatments include additional methods like electric and heat-based therapy using tools crafted from luxurious materials. Despite the differences in decor, the core methods remain the same. There are no changes to the treatment methods. The 2 men from before who made their way to the treatment facility were surprised to see a 3rd-class discipled with such an amazing physique. Mu-jin tells the man with the shaky legs to settle down and he will start the treatment immediately. He observes his legs while the man wondered if there is a special treatment method that is not acupuncture or involves tonic medicine. He couldn't believe he is using a method that looks like a folk remedy. The man flinches in pain as the child monk touches his legs. Mu-jin assures him it is normal for him to feel pain. It is because his muscles have been stiffed this whole time, which is why it hurts too much. He tells him to think of the pain as being proportional to the condition of his legs. He says that from now on, they will gradually work on reducing that pain. Once it subsides, they will loosen his muscles and fascia with the reformed roller treatment. Promises that they will see results in less than 1 hour. Initially, the pain was skeptical, but as time passed by, the excruciating pain had significantly lessened. The man was shocked to see it. Eventually, the tension in the legs was released, bringing a sense of relief and stability. In the end, the treatment was effective. It had been long since the man found his legs feel comfortable. He found the monk noble and selfless for descending into the mundane world for them. He decides to tell the others about the kind heart hero he was for the world. After the satisfied patient left, word spread quickly. It then became very popular, and the clinic became bustling with people. High-ranking officials and the wealthy heard the rumors, and there were people who sought out the paid facility for treatment. While there were distinctions between the free and paid clinics, the fundamental treatment remained the same unless it was an emergency. Despite the differences, no one seemed to be bothered by them. Perhaps it was because the monks were sincerely dedicated to treating everyone, or because they accurately understood the needs of their patients. Plus, many people were moved by the dedication of the child monk who tirelessly treated patients without discrimination. People began referring to him as the blessed monk. It is because of his ability to heal as if touched by divine hands. Just like that, the clinic naturally became established. And so, along with the help of the heavenly merchants, Shaolin was saved from going bankrupt. Baeob Gang soon comes and interrupts the meeting of the merchant and Mujin as it was time to change shifts. Mujin notices how the two already knew each other. Bob Gang reveals that they met during the time when the child monk first started meditating in isolation. Around then, the daughter of the heavenly merchant guild leader lost her way and wandered into the mountains. He found her and handed her over to the gentleman. Mujin's eyes widened as he realizes who he is talking about. Though the girl was dressed in pretty fancy clothes, he did not expect her to be the daughter of the merchant guild leader. The merchant smiles and reveals that the young lady mentioned she would be visiting today. Mujin knows that a lot of time has passed by since then, and she has likely grown into an outstanding individual. But he is completely taken aback as the woman seemed unusually built for someone of her stature. She was the youngest daughter of the merchant guild leader Xiaohua, plus she was trembling nervously. He couldn't believe she was the little kid from back then. People talked about how she is the person who contributed greatly to the building of this clinic. Mujin has come to notice that she has gained weight. Mujin soon makes his way to the free area of the building. He talks with the patients over there. He has come to notice how a lot of elderly had started using the free clinic in this area. They are not such specialized facilities of this kind, so their medical fees would have been really expensive. He laughs along with them, thinking how nice it would have been if he could give his grandmother and grandfather such treatments. He decided to escape the Shaolin temple immediately once he becomes stronger. He danced with a girl from before and notices how she looks quite different from the character in the novel that he knows of. Xiaohua is a character originating from the second novel of the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. Within the multifaceted criminal enterprise known as the Corrupted Heavenly Merchant Guild, several illicit business segments have been meticulously cultivated over many years. Among these sectors, two stand out in both scale and moral depravity: illegal drug trafficking and human trafficking. Xiaohua is identified as the principal figure overseeing the human trafficking operations. Her role is not merely administrative. She occupies a position of strategic coordination, facilitating supply chains, coercion networks, and client acquisition mechanisms that bind the guild's criminal economy together. Descriptions provided by the novel, supported by illustrations and supplemental annotations, depict Xiaohua as an individual with severe obesity, possessing multiple layered deposits of fat along her limbs, torso, and facial structure. These physical traits are presumed to have fueled a deep-seated inferiority complex concerning her appearance. In the original narrative, this internalized resentment and self-disgust compelled her toward grotesque behaviors that escalated to the clandestine abduction of exceptionally beautiful women, whom she tortured and murdered in private. The psychological contradiction embedded in this portrayal remains difficult to fully rationalize, even within the violent logic of the series. Mu Kyung's characterization within the same narrative offers a contrasting case. His psychopathy and derangement were intentionally engineered to fit the thematic elements of madness and chaos, making his behavior internally consistent and explainable through narrative design. Xiaohua, however, occupies a more perplexing position. The version of her observed in the present timeline bears almost no resemblance to the monstrous persona recorded in the novels. She currently presents as a timid, noticeably overweight and socially anxious young girl. This discrepancy generates persistent speculation. Mu Kaiyoung does not observe any latent mania, sadistic impulses, or suppressed hostility that might signify a delayed emergence of her canonical madness. Instead, he concludes that an intervening event or prolonged environmental influence must have occurred, one that redirected the trajectory of her life toward eventual moral collapse. Such an event would need to be powerful enough to not only alter her psyche, but also contribute to the eventual corruption of the Heavenly Merchant Guild itself, which stands as one of the major narrative mysteries. His observations up to this point have produced a preliminary conclusion. The current guild leader does not exhibit motivations, behaviors, or patterns that align with responsibility for the guild's degeneration. This redirects suspicion toward other actors, either embedded within the guild's structure or operating from external networks. Due to his growing influence and increasing access to information channels, he resolves to initiate systematic investigation, fully aware that the conspiratorial scope could extend across multiple factions, economic interests, or political forces. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's servant, Sohee, continues to escort her at an accelerated pace, disregarding her mistress's indications of fatigue. The maid maintains the stance that Xiaohua, as a future pillar within the guild's hierarchy, must cultivate dignity, authority, and a commanding presence. However, as evening approaches, Sohee's actual nature becomes starkly apparent. She is revealed to have been orchestrating Xiaohua's physical and psychological decline since the period in which the girl was abandoned in the mountains. Through controlled food intake, manipulation, emotional containment, and subtle forms of isolation, she ensured that Xiaohua remained obese, timid, and unable to assert herself. By maintaining her in a state of perpetual inadequacy, the maid could embed herself within the guild apparatus without arousing suspicion, positioning herself as an unremarkable domestic figure while secretly monitoring internal developments. Sohee privately regards Xiaohua's attempts to gain paternal recognition through menial assistance at the clinic as naive and strategically meaningless, convinced that such gestures will never elevate her status or secure genuine acknowledgement. This cynical perspective reinforces her confidence that she has already secured a strategic foothold within the guild. The culmination of her infiltration becomes evident when a messenger crow descends onto her outstretched hand, delivering a hidden communication from an undisclosed source. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Jin has been covertly observing and listening throughout the sequence of events. He processes the information with composed satisfaction, recognizing that he has uncovered a crucial link in a much larger network of influence, conspiracy, and eventual calamity. Xiaohua's mother died when she gave birth to her. The merchant guild leader, who had been busy with work, did not have time to look after her, so she was raised by the servants. While the merchant guild leader is much better now, back then he was just a cold person who focused on nothing but working to forget his sadness of losing his beloved. The problem was that the young lady was still young and easily felt lonely. She relied too much on the servants. She treated her nanny like her mother and would ask the servants to ask her nanny if they needed any instructions. In the end, the merchant guild leader changed her money for someone else because he felt that something bad would happen one day. But that did not help the young lady in her loneliness and overdependency on others. The servants around her would later be changed a few more times. After seeing the people that she decided to trust and rely on being chased away for 2 to 3 days, she decided to close off her heart starting from the 6th change of servants. So he joined as the young lady's servant around that time. She had also worked in the Heavenly Merchant Guild for over 10 years, so she was deemed qualified to become her servant. It has been a year now since she started working for the young lady. Therefore, it is time for her to be changed. Mu Jin, however, she knows that will not be the case, as the maid will do whatever it takes to remain as the young lady's servant. In the novel, the lady did enjoy taking away beautiful women to torture them due to her inferiority complex. But she was too fat to move by herself and left most of the dirty work to be done by her servant. The servant who was in charge of doing the dirty work was Sohee. Mujin had known things smelled too fishy from the beginning, and now he knows what they are. Sohee ventures deep into the forest and meets with an unknown figure. Mujin watches the scene unfold. He smiles, thinking how the Heavenly Merchant Guild would be in such deep trouble without him. The next day, Sohee receives a letter from 3 kids. The kids reveal that a man wearing all black asked them to give this to her. The woman reads the contents of the letter. She smirks and hands them over for passing it to her. She then offers them gold coins to buy snacks for themselves. Sealwa questions what it is, to which the maid reveals that someone seems to have sent her a love letter. She tells her not to worry about it. But in reality, the letter had praised her on the infiltration mission within the Heavenly Merchant Guild that she carried out. The man had decided to give her another opportunity and personally communicate with her on the matters of Shaolin and Be Guild. He tells her to write a report detailing a summary of what she has done so far and come to an abandoned house located on the outskirts of the county before midnight. So he does as told, thinking of it as the perfect chance for her to surpass that old man. Mujin soon appears before her. After exchanging greetings, he asks her to hand the report over first. He takes the report, confessing he intends to infiltrate the guild himself soon and will contact her from within at that time. So he becomes confused. She says she thought the reason for only having her infiltrate was because the higher-ups think that having more than one infiltrator could just create confusion. She says she is the perfect fit for this mission since she has worked in this place for 10 years already and asks why someone else is joining the mission suddenly. She begins to panic and asks if she is getting thrown away. But Mujin thinks he has spoken too much and punches her heart. He then reveals his true identity, shocking her. The maid had come to realize that he is the one who lured her here. She found it unbelievable. It is because the words written in the letter contain the secret code structure of her organization, and she asks how he deciphered it. Mujin smiled, saying that is none of her business and that they are already in the palm of his hand. It is because he already read all about that secret code structure in the unorthodox Tyrant Chronicles. He did have a hard time recalling it, though. So he becomes alert and says she cannot let him go anymore now that he knows who she is and their top-secret mission. She threatens to cut him apart and kill him. Mujin was amused and he guessed that she had reduced him to an ordinary monk. He decides to show her the difference in their strengths.